you all to please rise and join me with a huge round of applause to warmly welcome the chief guest of this event, our Honorable Chief Minister, sir. We are truly honored by your gracious presence, sir. Honorable Chief Minister, Sri Prem Singh Tamang, sir. Honorable Minister for Education, Sri Raju Basnet, sir. Honorable Chairman, Student Welfare Board, Sri Sonam Chopel, sir. Respected OSD, Education Department, Sri Sonam Paljo Bhutia, sir. Respected partners from different universities and councils who are joining us online. Respected officers from education departments of all 6 districts, and dear friends from press and media. A very warm good morning to one and all present here. I, Mrs. Asha Khatri, Additional Director, Samagra Siksha, on behalf of Education Department, would like to extend a warm welcome to one and all present here to this important education conference on the theme, Developing Human Capital for Viksit Sikkim, Quality School Education for All. Today, we gather here to reflect, to learn, and to chart a path forward for inclusive and quality education in our state. Your presence here is a testament to the collective commitment we share towards shaping the future of our children. To begin this program, let us extend our traditional gesture of respect and warm welcome to esteemed guests by offering khadas and bouquets. May I humbly request our Honorable Minister for Education, Sri Raju Basnet, sir, to kindly do the honors by offering khada and bouquet to our Honorable Chief Minister, sir. Sir, please. Thank you, sir, for doing the honors. May I now request respected Principal Secretary, Sir, Education Department, Sri Sandeep Tambe, sir, to kindly offer khada and bouquet to our Honorable Education Minister. Thank you for the honors, sir. May I now request respected Secretary, sir, to kindly offer khada and bouquet to our respected Chairperson, Sri Sonam Chopel, sir, and also to respected OSD, sir. Thank you, sir, for doing the honors. Moving ahead, to mark the auspicious beginning of today's program, may I request our chief guest and other dignitaries to kindly proceed for the ceremonial lighting of lamp. May this light guide our collective efforts towards inclusive and quality education for all. Thank you, respected dignitaries. Moving forward, to formally welcome our guest and to set the context for today's program, may I now invite Sri Tashi Chopel Sir, Secretary School Education, on the stage, please.
नमस्कार, खाम्री कुजुजङपो। आजको यस महत्त्वपूर्ण डिपार्टमेन्टल प्रोग्राममा आजको मुख्य अतिथि सम्माननीय मुख्यमन्त्री श्री पीएस तामाङ गोलेज्यूलाई हाम्रो डिपार्टमेन्टको तर्फबाट स्वागत गर्न चाहन्छु। आजको यस कार्यक्रम हाम्रो सम्माननीय मुख्यमन्त्रीको दिशानिर्देशमै भएको छ र उहाँले नै आजको प्रोग्रामलाई पुरै स्पोन्सर गर्नुभएको छ र यसमा उहाँलाई एकदमै धन्यवाद दिन चाहन्छु। हामीलाई डिपार्टमेन्टमा लाग्दछ कि दिस इज द फर्स्ट प्रोग्राम जो चाहिँ ओन्ली डिपार्टमेन्टली कुनै चिफ मिनिस्टरले चेयर गर्नुभएको। पहिला जुन चाहिँ इभेन्टहरू हुन्थ्यो डिपार्टमेन्टलको, जुन चाहिँ टिचर्स डे हुन्थ्यो, चिल्ड्रेन्स डे हुन्थ्यो, दोज आर नर्मल प्रोग्राम्स विच आर चेयर्ड बाई द चिफ मिनिस्टर। तर जुन चाहिँ यो आजको यो डिपार्टमेन्टल प्रोग्राम भएको छ, दिस इज द फर्स्ट टाइम इट इज बिङ चेयर्ड र यसले दर्शाउँछ कि हाम्रो चिफ मिनिस्टरले हाम्रो डिपार्टमेन्टलाई कतिको महत्त्व दिनुहुन्छ। यसै गरी म स्वागत गर्न चाहन्छु हाम्रो एजुकेसन डिपार्टमेन्टका माननीय मन्त्री श्री राजु बस्नेतज्यूलाई। सर हेज बिन अ ग्रेट लिडर फर आवर डिपार्टमेन्ट। उहाँले हाम्रो डिपार्टमेन्टको इस्युजहरू बारिकीले बुझ्नुहुन्छ र उहाँले सल्युसन्स पनि त्यसरी नै हामीलाई दिनुहुन्छ। वी आर ट्रुली ह्याप्पी एन्ड लकी इनफ टु ह्याभ हिम एज आवर मिनिस्टर। थ्याङ्क यू सर। म स्वागत गर्न चाहन्छु हाम्रो अनरेबल ओएसडी एज चेयरपर्सन हाम्रो सोनाम छोपेल शेर्पाज्यू, चेयरम्यान अफ स्टुडेन्ट्स वेलफेयर बोर्ड। उहाँ आएको रफली 1 वर्ष हुँदैछ र उहाँले 1 वर्षमा नै थुप्रो कामहरू गरिसक्नु भएको छ। डिपार्टमेन्टसँग हाम्रो उहाँको तालमेल एकदमै राम्रो भएको छ र कतिवटा स्टुडेन्ट्सको इस्युज विदिन द स्टेट र आउटसाइड द स्टेटहरू उहाँको लिडरसिपमा सल्भहरू पनि हुँदैछ। त्यसले गर्दा उहाँलाई पनि म एकदम स्वागत गर्न चाहन्छु। हाम्रो ओएसडी सोनाम सोनाम भुटिया सर, who has been the OST, this is the second term. He was also part of our education fraternity and he continues to be in our education fraternity. He's also been active with us. We welcome you, sir. म स्वागत गर्न चाहन्छु हाम्रो रिस्पेक्टेड प्रिन्सिपल सेक्रेटरी सर श्री सन्दीप ताम्बेज्यूलाई। उहाँ आउनुभएको अब रफली 6 months 7 months हुँदैछ, तर उहाँ आएर डिपार्टमेन्टमा एउटा सर्टन भाइब्रेन्सी आएको छ। आई एम श्योर यु अल नोटिस इट, आई एम श्योर एभ्रिबडी फिल्स इट। देयर हेज बिन अ सडन देयर इज लट अफ चेन्ज इन द डिपार्टमेन्ट आफ्टर ही हेज कम। उहाँले एकदमै छिटो एजुकेसन डिपार्टमेन्टलाई बुझ्नुभयो र एजुकेसन डिपार्टमेन्टको च्यालेन्जेसहरू के छ उहाँले बुझेर उहाँले स्टेप्सहरू एकदमै स्टार्ट गरिसक्नु भएको छ र हामीले विदिन दिस पिरियड अफ 4-5 months थुप्रो प्राइभेट अर्गनाइजेसन्सहरूसँग पार्टनरसिप गरिरहेको छ। त्यसमा मोस्ट अफ देम आर अन CSR, जसमा कि हाम्रो सरकारलाई कुनै एक्सपेन्डिचर नहुने खालके पार्टनरसिप्सहरू गरिरहेछ र आफ्टर सम टाइम विल बी टकिङ टु सम अफ दिस पार्टनर्स ड्युरिङ द कोर्स अफ द प्रोग्राम। सो वी वेलकम सन्दीप ताम्बेज्यू सरलाई पनि। यसरी नै म वेलकम गर्न चाहन्छु मेरो विभागका सबै अफिसर्सहरूलाई, दोज आर इन द हेड अफिस, हाम्रो SCRT का अफिसर्स, हाम्रो डायटका अफिसर्स, हाम्रो डिस्ट्रिक्टबाट आउनुभएको CEOsहरू, हाम्रो अल द अफिसर्स फ्रम द डिस्ट्रिक्ट राइट अप टु द EAO लेभल, जसलाई चाहिँ आज सरले स्पेसली निम्त्याउनु भएको छ। तपाईँ सबैलाई वेलकम गर्न चाहन्छु। यसै गरी हाम्रो सिक्किम टिचर्स एसोसिएसनका प्रेसिडेन्ट र अनि उहाँका मेम्बर्सलाई पनि म वेलकम गर्न चाहन्छु। प्रेस एन्ड मिडियाको साथीहरूलाई पनि आई वेलकम यु अल। र टु सेट द कन्टेक्स्ट फर टुडेज मिटिङ, यो जुन चाहिँ आजको चिन्तन भवनमा एउटा चिन्तन शिविर हामीले राखेका छौँ, दिस इज बेसिकली to basically understand the challenges of the department and how we are going to move forward. आजको यो मिटिङमा हाम्रो राम्रो मात्रै काम हुँदैछ भनेर हामी भन्दैनौँ, हाम्रोमा के गर्नुपर्ने, के च्यालेन्जेस हुँदैछ त्यो सबै कुरा हामी आजको एउटा निचोड निकाल्ने कोसिस गर्दैछौँ। र भन्दै एज यु आर अल अवेयर, हामी एउटा पिरियड अफ ट्रान्जिसनमा चलिरहेका छौँ। इफ यु अल नो 1986 मा जुन चाहिँ एजुकेसन पोलिसी थियो, 2020 मा नेसनल एजुकेसन पोलिसी नयाँ 2020 को नयाँ एउटा पोलिसी बन्यो र यो नयाँ पोलिसी बनिँदाखेरि देयर इज अ मार्क्ड चेन्ज इन द करिकुलम। यु आर अल अवेयर अफ इट है। पहिला जुन चाहिँ थियो अहिले करिकुलम चेन्ज भएको छ। पहिला एक्सेप्ट फर एकाडेमिक्स एभ्रिथिङ एल्स वाज एक्स्ट्रा करिकुलर, स्पोर्ट्स वाज एक्स्ट्रा करिकुलर, म्युजिक वाज एक्स्ट्रा करिकुलर, आर्ट वाज एक्स्ट्रा करिकुलर। Now everything is curricular. There is no extracurricular. So सबैलाई समावेश गरेर हाम्रो नानीहरूलाई पढाउनु पर्छ र ताकि त्यो नानी चाहिँ एकदमै वेल राउन्डेड स्टुडेन्ट भएर जाओस् भनेर चाहिँ, र त्यो फ्युचर चाहिँ लिडर्स अफ विकसित सिक्किम, विकसित भारतका फ्युचर लिडर्स हुनेछ। त्यसले गर्दाखेरि वी अल्सो ह्याभ टु चेन्ज। हामी सबै डिपार्टमेन्टमा फर अ लङ टाइम 20-25 इयर्स 30 इयर्स पनि काम गरिरहेछ। पहिलाको जुन पाराले काम गर्नुपर्ने चाहिँ हामी पनि नाउ वी हेभ टु स्टार्ट चेन्जिङ अकर्डिङली है। र पहिला अब लेट्स से वेन वी टक अबाउट लिट्रेसी, सेन्सस अफ इन्डियाले चाहिँ लिट्रेसी के हो भन्दाखेरि चाहिँ एनी चाइल्ड अबभ द एज अफ 7 इयर्सले चाहिँ पढ्नु र लेख्नु जान्नुपर्छ मात्रै भन्दैछ। तर अब नेसनल एजुकेसन पोलिसीले के भन्दछ भने फाउन्डेसनल लिट्रेसी र न्युमेरेसी चाहिँ हुनु पर्यो। So every child should read with comprehension. So comprehension suddenly has come, right? Everyone should have basic maths abilities. So that change has come. Earlier, your literacy was if you could sign your name. Now the literacy has changed. So त्यसले गर्दाखेरि that change has come. So earlier, now we are 90.6% in our, as per डेसिमीले गरेको उन्नयन सर्वेक्षण 2022 मा हाम्रो लिट्रेसी रेट 90.6 भएको छ, 90.6 भएको छ। र सेन्सस अफ इन्डियाले 2011 मा गर्दाखेरि 81.4 थियो। र अब यो पालि पनि सेन्सस हुँदैछ। सो विदिन अनदर 1 इयरमा विल नो वाट आर लिट्रेसी रेट इज अल्सो गोइङ टु बी। बट नाउ त्यही भन्दैछ हामीले, लिट्रेसी इज नट गोइङ टु बी अ सिम्पल थिङ, इट इज गोइङ टु बी चेन्ज्ड। सो आवर किड्स शुड नाउ बी फ्युचर रेडी। त्यसले गर्दाखेरि देयर आर सो मेनी एक्टिभिटिज विच वी आर टेकिङ अप। डिपार्टमेन्टले थुप्रो एक्टिभिटिजहरू स्टार्ट गरिसकेको छ। यसमा चाहिँ अब हामी सबैको वी रिक्वायर अल आर पार्टिसिपेसन। सो लाइक वी आर सेइङ द्याट एजुकेसन डिपार्टमेन्ट क्यानट बी लेड बाई वान पर्सन, इट इज अ टिम एफर्ट। सो डिपार्टमेन्ट राइट फ्रम अनरेबल चिफ मिनिस्टरले दिशानिर्देश अनुसार अनरेबल मिनिस्टरको प्रिन्सिपल सेक्रेटरी हाम्रो लेभलमा प्लानिङ गर्यो भने एक्जिक्युसन इज एट द डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेभल, ब्लक लेभल, क्लस्टर लेभल, र त्यसको हाउ इज इट बिङ एक्जिक्युटेड, इम्प्लिमेन्टेड, त्यो जिम्मा चाहिँ हाम्रो एयू सर, एडी सर, डेप्टी सर, जोइन्ट सरहरूको हो। त्यसले गर्दाखेरि तपाईँलाई पनि आज यस मिटिङमा तपाईँलाई त्यसैको लागि बोलाएको हामीले निम्त्याएको हो। र अब आज देयर आर मेनी प्रेजेन्टेसन्स विच आर बिङ प्रेजेन्टेड टुडे। र यो प्रेजेन्टेसन्सहरू चाहिँ किन गर्दैछौँ भन्दाखेरि वी आर बेसिकली तपाईँलाई भन्न चाहन्छु कि हामीले डिपार्टमेन्ट एज अ डिपार्टमेन्ट मार्फत हाम्रो के एक्टिभिटिज चल्दैछ डिस्ट्रिक्टमा, ब्लकमा, क्लस्टरमा, र किन गर्दैछ, र वाइ इज योर मोनिटरिङ इम्पोर्टेन्ट इन द ब्लक्स एन्ड द क्लस्टर्स। र त्यसले गर्दाखेरि वी आर गोइङ टु टेल यु अबाउट आर डिफ्रेन्ट एक्टिभिटिज विच वी आर टेकिङ अप। र यसमा फर्स्टमा हाम्रो च्यालेन्जेसदेखि थाल्छ। च्यालेन्जेस एज यु अल नो, एउटा हाम्रो एजुकेसन सिस्टममा एकदम लो इनरोलमेन्टको एउटा च्यालेन्ज छ। स्कुल्स आर गेटिङ टेम्पोररी क्लोज्ड। लास्ट इयर हामीले 38 वटा प्राइमेरी स्कुल टेम्पोररी क्लोज गऱ्यो भने यो पालि वी आर प्रपोजिङ 17 मोर है। सो द्याट वान रिजन इज द टोटल फर्टिलिटी रेट इन द स्टेट विच हेज डिक्रिज्ड एट 1.0, वी आर द लोएस्ट इन द कन्ट्री। सो त्यसले गर्दाखेरि एज इट इज वी आर अ स्मल स्टेट, त्यसले गर्दाखेरि वेन द पपुलेसन कम्स डाउन अभियसली आवर एनरोलमेन्ट विल अल्सो कम डाउन। बट अगेन अर्को एनरोलमेन्ट इस्यु इज विथ आवर प्राइभेट स्कुल्स है। गभर्मेन्ट स्कुल्स, प्राइभेट स्कुल्समा चाहिँ देयर इज अ बिग डिभाइड। र त्यो डिभाइड, वाट इज द डिभाइड अबाउट? द्याट मिन्स एउटा हाम्रो गभर्मेन्ट स्कुलमाथि चाहिँ पेरेन्ट्सहरूको ट्रस्ट छैन, द्याट इज आई थिङ्क वान इस्यु है। एउटा ट्रस्ट छैन, अर्को एउटा स्टेटस सिम्बल पनि हो कि मेरो नानी प्राइभेट स्कुल जान्छ, इङ्ग्लिस स्कुल जान्छ भनेर। र अर्को चाहिँ आर वी टिचिङ आर एक्टिभिटिज, वी आर टुवर्ड्स गिभिङ देम अ फुल राउन्डेड एजुकेसन। र त्यसले गर्दाखेरि कति प्यारेन्ट्सले उहाँले सम्झिनुहुन्छ कि हाम्रो स्कुलमा पढाउँदैन, हाम्रो स्कुलमा बेसी एक्टिभिटिज हुन्छ, प्राइभेट स्कुलमा चाहिँ पढाइ मात्रै बस्छ भनेर। सो द्याट अल्सो वी निड टु ची, बिकज इभन द प्राइभेट स्कुल इज अल्सो सपोज टु बी फलोइङ द नेसनल एजुकेसन पोलिसी होइन, दे आर अल्सो सपोज टु बी फलोइङ द सेम फ्रेमवर्क। र त्यसले गर्दाखेरि यु सुड अल्सो गो टु सी दिस प्राइभेट स्कुल्स एन्ड सी वेदर दे आर अल्सो फलोइङ द नेसनल एजुकेसन पोलिसी। र इफ दे आर नट फलोइङ देन we should take measures accordingly, right, to make them follow, because ultimately we are not in favor of closing any private school, किनभने उहाँको पनि एउटा business activity हो, उहाँको पनि एउटा activity हो which we respect. They are also giving employment to our people only, so we respect that also, but they also have to follow our national education policy. त्यो तपाईले हेर्नु जरुरत नै छ। र हामी when you talk about learning gaps, like I said, foundational learning numeracy ma, a child should have good comprehension while reading, and he should have the ability to do simple mathematical activities. अब यो learning outcome चाहिँ हुँदैछ कि हुँदैन, वान त हामी आफैले चेक गर्छ है, हाम्रो वेरियस एक्जाम्सहरूमा, पिरियडिकलमा, क्वार्टरलीमा टेस्टहरू हुन्छ, हाफ इयरली एक्जाम हुन्छ, फाइनल एक्जाम हुन्छ, त्यहाँबाट पनि हामीले चाल पाउन सक्छ। तर एउटा जब गभर्मेन्ट अफ इन्डियाले गर्छ है सर्वेक्षण एउटा, सो त्यो सर्वेक्षण गर्दाखेरि चाहिँ दे डु इट इन 3 years. अर्लियर इफ इट वाज नेसनल असेसमेन्ट सर्वे, नाउ इट हेज चेन्ज्ड इन्टु समथिङ एल्स। सो त्यो सर्वे गर्दाखेरि चाहिँ वी आर सिइङ द्याट, एन्ड दे आर डुइङ इट एट 3 levels सर। क्लास 3 मा गर्दैछ, क्लास 6 मा गर्दैछ, र क्लास 9 मा गर्दैछ। इन द क्लास 3 level, विच इज द फाउन्डेसनल लेभल, आवर स्टेट इज अमङ एट द लोअर एन्ड, वी आर अराउन्ड 20 in the entire country out of 30 states. So we are at 20. We need to improve that. Right? Similarly, at class 6, we are doing much better. We are at number 10. So we are among the top 10 states in the country. So that is a very good achievement on all our part. And at class 9, again, we are somewhere around 16 to 18. So we need to improve this. यो सबै हेरेर नै हामीले थुप्रो कार्यक्रमहरू थालेको छ, out of which one is special numeracy program and another one is the language literacy program. So these programs, special numeracy program has started 2 years back. Yo barsha all the schools are up to class 3 are following the special numeracy program. Yo chai abo curriculum diet ma pani pasne cha, so that you teach these teachers along the same lines. Ra yasma chai sir, we have seen marked improvement in at least 2 years now. So when the next सर्वेक्षण हुन्छ त्यति बेला we will be doing much better, I can assure you that, sir. र क्लास 6 to 9 मा पनि हामी म्याथ्स साइन्समा हाम्रो स्टुडेन्ट्स विकै छ, र हामीले पनि यसमा we have partnered with ICER and they are doing some programs in maths and science. So within the next 2-3 years we are going to see a lot of change. So like I said अघि जस्तै with the national education program which has policy which has come in, goal post has changed. पहिलाको गोल पोस्ट सिम्पल लिट्रेसी थियो भने now the goal post is changing. Similarly, अब जुन चाहिँ हाम्रो we are also have to change accordingly. Like मैले भन्दैछु जस्तै हाम्रो क्लास 10 को रिजल्ट्स जुन चाहिँ पहिला चाहिँ we were only 63% पास, लास्ट इयर हामीले 79.9 which is almost 80% पास चाहिँ ल्यायो. But and our achievement is that we should reach 100% all pass. But that is not our target. Our target just to make our students pass is not the target, because aileko zamana ma if you don't score 80%, 90%, then you will not get colleges, you will not get good institutions. So then again, once we achieve our 100%, we now have to shift our goal towards our students getting 80-90%, 40%, 45% ले चल्ने काम हुँदैन. So त्यसले गर्दाखेरि यो एक्टिभिटिजहरु जो हामी लिँदै छ, this will surely improve our education system in our state. र हाम्रो probably यो सबै changes आयो भने our parents will also begin to send our children to our primary schools. यसै गरी Inclusive education कुरा गर्दाखेरि inclusive education is very important part of NEP also. We have 1020 special children sir र त्यसमा चाहिँ again 120 children are at home sir र उहाँहरूलाई हामीले हाम्रो हुनु त पहिला 65-55 special educators थियो योपालि we have brought it up to 76 special educators. Actually the special educators are supposed to be in the school with the child. But because of our shortage of special educators, our teachers are in the clusters and they are monitoring from school to school. So त्यो जुन पाराको हामीले उहाँलाई attention दिनुपर्ने चाहिँ अझै भएको छैन र we have to move towards that. हामीले इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चरले त एकदमै राम्रो काम गरिरहेको छ. स्कुल्सहरुमा र्याम्प फेसिलिटी छँदै छ, टोयलेट्सहरुमा र्याम्प फेसिलिटिज छ. All the children with special needs are in classes which are in the ground floor. So we have provided the infrastructure as far as possible, but we need to do more. More will always be our motto, sir. र त्यसै गरी हामीले नेक्स्ट हामी फेरि कुरा गर्नेछौँ हाम्रो चिफ मिनिस्टर्स मोडल स्कुलको बारेमा. लास्ट इयर एचसिएम सरले इनोग्रेट गर्नुभएको छ. लास्ट इयर यो स्कुल इनोग्रेट गरेर एक वर्षमा यो स्कुलमा नानीहरूको एकदमै राम्रो डेभलपमेन्ट भएको छ, जो चाहिँ हाम्रो डाइरेक्टर सिएमएमएसले अहिले एकछिनमा प्रेजेन्ट गर्नुहुनेछ. बट नाउ वी आर नाउ लुकिङ फरवर्ड. नाउ वाट नेक्स्ट? ओन्ली वान स्कुलले हुन्छ कि नाउ सुड वी गो? एचसिएमको डाइरेक्सन छ अल द स्कुल सुड हेभ सिएमएमएस स्कुल्स. र वी आर नाउ लुकिङ एट द फ्युचर पोसिबिलिटी अफ ओपनिङ वान एट जोङ्गु, नर्थ सिक्किम. र आफ्टर द्याट वी विल लुक एट नाम्ची एन्ड फर्दर एट सोरेङ डिस्ट्रिक्ट. त्यो एउटा हुनेछ. र अर्को चाहिँ हेल्थ एन्ड वेलनेस. सो चिल्ड्रेन्स इन आवर स्कुल सुड बी फिट, मेन्टली फिजिकली फिट. र त्यसको निम्ति आवर हेल्थ डिपार्टमेन्टले पनि टाइममा आइरन फोलिक ट्याब्लेट्स दिन्छ, अरू ट्याब्लेट्सहरू पनि दिइबस्छ. र उहाँको मेन्टल हेल्थको लागि चाहिँ वी हेभ अलरेडी एडप्टेड प्रोग्राम्स लाइक मेडिटेसन एन्ड अवेरनेस र योगा पनि हामीले थालिसकेका छौँ. सो द्याट विल हेल्प आवर चिल्ड्रेन ह्यान्डल स्ट्रेस. आजकल नानीहरू एकदमै दे आर भेरी कम्पेयर टु वाट वी वाज बिफोर, दे आर कम्पेरिटिभली सफ्ट है, र दे टेन्ड टु गेट अफेक्टेड भेरी इजिली. सो अल दिस मेजर्स विल लुक एट इम्प्रुभिङ देयर हेल्थ एन्ड स्टेटस. अर्को वान अफ द च्यालेन्जेस वी फेस इज ट्रान्सफर जब कुरा गर्छ, देयर इज अलवेज लट अफ issues coming up. Everybody wants to go to their home place. That is natural, right? Everybody wants to go to their home place and teach, but we cannot, because again, if you look at districts like probably North District, Mangan District, where the teachers are less, you have to go there, you have to teach them. After all, उहाँहरू हाम्रै नानीहरू हो, सिक्किमकै नानीहरू हो. र त्यसमा अलिक ट्रान्सफर पोलिसीमा हाम्रोमा रेकमेन्डेसन्स आउँछ हायर अप्सबाट. सो त्यो हायर अप्सको रेकमेन्डेसन गर्दाखेरि कोही कोही बेला यता र उता हुन्छ. सो वी वान्ट टु ऱ्यासनलाइज दिस ट्रान्सफर पोलिसी. मेनी स्टेट्स हेभ अलरेडी पास्ट एन एक्ट, ट्रान्सफर पोलिसी एक्ट गरिसकेको छ. र आज हाम्रो ट्रान्सफर पोलिसीमाथि पनि एउटा प्रपोजल वी वान्ट टु सबमिट बिफोर द अनरेबल सिएम. र उहाँले यसको अप्रुभ गर्नुभयो भने वी वान्ट टु फलो इट अप विथ द ट्रान्सफर पोलिसी एक्ट. र अन्तमा हाम्रो प्रिन्सिपल सेक्रेटरीले सबै प्रोग्रामहरूको एउटा समावेश गरेर उहाँले प्रेजेन्ट गर्नेछौँ र फ्युचर च्यालेन्जेस कसरी मिट गर्ने भनेर उहाँको एउटा प्रेजेन्टेसन हुनेछ. त्यसरी नै यो प्रोग्राम अन्त हुनेछ र त्यसमा केही इन्टरेक्सनहरूको टाइम हुन्छ. र बिचबिचमा हामीसँग यो जुन चाहिँ प्राइभेट पार्टनर्सहरू हामीसँग छ, उहाँहरूले पनि बिचबिचमा उहाँको जुन चाहिँ प्रोग्राम छ त्यो प्रोग्राममा 5-5 मिनट उहाँले हामीसँग बोल्नेछौँ फ्रम अनलाइन. यति नै भन्दै can you show the two presentations? यो जुन चाहिँ क्वालिटी मोनिटरिङ, like I said, the department has to work together. We cannot work in isolation. We are like a vehicle, है, एउटा गाडी चारवटा चक्का सँगै घुम्नु पर्यो. एउटा चक्का पङ्क्चर भयो भने त्यो गाडी बिग्रिहाल्छ, चल्नु सक्दैन. सो वी निड एभ्रिबडिज पार्टनरसिप. इट्स अ टिम वर्क. र जुन चाहिँ इम्प्लिमेन्टेसन हुँदैछ प्रोग्रामहरू त्यसको मोनिटरिङ गर्नुपर्नेछ. र त्यसले गर्दाखेरि अनरेबल सिएमकै दिशानिर्देशमा वी हेभ प्रिपेयर्ड दिस. नेक्स्ट, यसमा हामीले के भनेछ भने हाम्रो एइओजहरूले चाहिँ प्राइमरी स्कुल चाहिँ आइडेन्टिफाई गर्नेछ. र एम्स एन्ड अब्जेक्टिभ्स के हो भन्दाखेरि देयर आर 4 अब्जेक्टिभ्स. एउटा एकाडेमिक, इन्स्टिट्युसनल, टिचर डेभलपमेन्ट र गभर्नेन्स. र एकाडेमिक भन्दाखेरि चाहिँ लर्निङ आउटकम तपाईँले चेक गर्नुपर्यो कस्तो छ के छ, र हाम्रो जुन चाहिँ इनिसिएटिभ्सहरू जुन चाहिँ हुँदैछ त्यो पनि तपाईँले मोनिटर गर्नुपर्यो। अर्को इन्स्टिट्युसनल भन्दाखेरि वाट आर द स्कुलको स्टेटस, वाट इज द रिसोर्सेस, र हामीले रिसोर्सेस भन्दा हाम्रो टिचरको पनि म्यान पावर पनि आउँछ, त्यो रिसोर्स चाहिँ हामीले कसरी म्यानेज गर्नु सक्छ। किनभने कति बेला हामी सोध्छौँ कसलाई चाहिँ एकदमै इम्पोर्टेन्ट हुन्छ ट्रान्सफर गर्नु है ड्यु टु हेल्थ कन्डिसन्स, र त्यो टिचर जाँदाखेरि त्यो स्कुल एकदमै कम्ती टिचर भएर जान्छ, र वेन वी आस्क आवर डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स द्याट गिभ मी अ टिचर फ्रम अ नियर बाई स्कुल, त्यो पाउनु अलिक गाह्रो पर्छ। सो दिस थिङ्स आर एट द ब्लक लेभल, क्लस्टर लेभल, यु सुड अल बी रेडी, and on a day's notice you should be able to tell us that yes we can send this teacher to that school to fill up the vacancy. So हो त्यस्तोहरू पनि तपाईँले हेरिदिनु पर्यो। र अर्को टिचर डेभलपमेन्ट निड्स अल्सो, हाउ मेनी हेभ ट्रेन्ड, हाउ मेनी आर नट ट्रेनिङ है। लाइक ओभर लास्ट इयर SCRT एन्ड डायट्स हेभ डन अराउन्ड अबाउट 50 ट्रेनिङ प्रोग्राम्स इन द स्टेट, र त्यसमा रफली 3500 टिचर्स हेभ बिन ट्रेन्ड, र त्यो करियर डेभलपमेन्ट प्रोग्रामहरू हुँदैछ कि कि छैन। इच टिचर हेज टु हेभ अ 50 आवर्स अफ ट्रेनिङ CTP है, र उहाँहरूले गर्नु भएको छ कि छैन त्योहरू सबै मोनिटर गर्ने, र गभर्नेन्समा अभियसली अरू के पोलिसीहरू गर्नुसक्छ त्यो पनि तपाईँले रेकमेन्ड गर्नु भनेर। नेक्स्ट, सो यसमा चाहिँ प्राइमेरी स्कुल्सको जिम्मा चाहिँ वी आर नाउ स्पेसिफिकली गिभिङ इट टु अल द AEOs है, उहाँले मोनिटर गर्नु सक्नुहुन्छ अल द AEOsहरूले, र एनी AEOs एन्ड हायर अप्स। सो बेसिक मिनिमम इज AEO विल मोनिटर द प्राइमेरी स्कुल्स। Similarly, junior high schools like assistant directors and above, secondary schools like deputy director and above, and senior secondary like joint directors and above le garnu सक्नुहुन्छ। But that does not mean that the joint director will not go to a primary school, उहाँले सबै स्कुल जानु सक्नुहुन्छ। We are just saying that minimum चाहिँ कसले हेर्नु पर्ने भनेर, र यो पनि तपाईँले every month within 3 months चाहिँ you should cover all the schools in your cluster or in your area. You should cover all the schools. तपाईँले मन्थली रिपोर्ट हाम्रो CEOलाई दिनु पर्यो आफ्नो चेन अफ कमान्ड लिएर नै, र CEOsले चाहिँ हामीलाई क्वार्टरली एउटा रिपोर्ट दिनु पर्यो विथ रिगार्डिङ टु अल द थिङ्स। सो यो एउटा प्रस्ताव छ यो आजको सभामा, र इन केस इट इज अप्रुभड वी विल टेक आउट अ नोटिफिकेसन अलङ विथ द टर्म्स अफ रेफरेन्स। नेक्स्ट, यो वेस्ट वरियर अब अनरेबल CM साहबको एकदम उहाँले चाहेको कुरा हो। के हुँदैछ भने अब ग्याङटोक इज अ भेरी ब्युटिफुल टाउन है, वी सी क्लिननेस एभ्रिवेयर, एभ्रिबडी सेज द बेस्ट अबाउट ग्याङटोक एन्ड द अदर्स अफ सिक्किम अल्सो। तर इफ यु गो इनसाइड देयर इज डर्ट होइन, त्यहाँ अलिक भएको छैन, मैलाहरू उठेको छैन, र जुन चाहिँ यो वेस्ट वरियरको छ यहाँ HCMले हाम्रो स्कुलको नानीहरूले नै यसमा इनिसिएटिभ लिएर काम गरिदिया जाओस् भनेर चाहिँ उहाँले यो कुरा निकाल्नु हुँदैछ, र यो हामीले GMCसँग चाहिँ वी आर इन कोलाबोरेसन विथ देम। नेक्स्ट, र यसको पनि एउटा लिग हुने रहेछ, सो WOW वरियर लिग भनेर, दिस इज वार अन वेस्ट भनेर एउटा लिग हुनेछ, जसमा कि 6 स्कुल्सहरूलाई छानिसकेको छ, 5 गभर्मेन्ट स्कुल्स र 1 प्राइभेट स्कुल, र उहाँहरूको बिचमा एउटा कम्पिटिसन हुन्छ। यसको बिस्तारै नेक्स्टमा अब हाम्रो GMCले नै सिन्स दे आर अर्गनाइजिङ इट, दे विल बी लन्चिङ दिस प्रोग्राम अफिसियली अन अ लेटर डेट। र यति कुरा गर्दै हामी जुन चाहिँ विकसित भारतको कुरा गर्छ 2047 सम्ममा, जब इन्डिया चेन्जेस फ्रम अ डेभलपिङ नेसन टु अ वेल डेभलप्ड कन्ट्री विथ हाई क्वालिटी अफ लाइफ है, सो सिक्किम इज अल्सो अभियसली लिङ्क टु इट, बट वी वान्ट टु अचिभ इट विदिन 2030, र यसमा हामी सबैको एकदमै महत्त्वपूर्ण कन्ट्रिब्युसन हुन्छ, र वी एक्सपेक्ट द सेम फ्रम यु अल। यति भन्दै म मेरो स्वागत भाषण यहीँ समाप्त गर्न चाहन्छु। थ्याङ्क यू भेरी मच।
नर्मल यसमा हुन्छ। शिक्षा विभागका अति आदरणीय अधिकारीगण, म विशेष गरेर तपाईहरुलाई यो हाम्रो सम्मेलन सुरु हुनुभन्दा अघि नै तपाईहरुलाई केही कुराको जानकारी म दिन चाहन्छु। र जहिले पनि हामी कुनै पनि विभागीय कार्यक्रममा आउँदा या कुनै पनि प्रोग्रामहरुमा आउँदा हामी एउटै सोचले आउँछौं। त्यो चाहिँ के हो भने आज विभागका उच्च अधिकारीहरूले यानी मन्त्रीले यानी मुख्यमन्त्रीले आफ्नो कुराहरू राख्नेछ। अनि तपाईहरु जहिले पनि आउनु हुँदाखेरि जहिले पनि त्यस्ता सभाहरुमा आउँदाखेरि तपाईहरु सुन्नको निम्ति प्रिपेयर भएर आउनुहुन्छ। यानी नोटबुक लिएर आउनुहुन्छ कि के आज भन्नुहुन्छ हामी नोट गरेर त्यसमाथि काम गर्ने भन्ने। र आजको यो जुन हामी यहाँ कार्यक्रम गर्न गइरहेको छ यो चाहिँ हाम्रो सभा होइन, यो चाहिँ एउटा सम्मेलन हो, यानी शिक्षा सम्मेलन, टिम एजुकेसनको एउटा सम्मेलन हो। र यसमा विभागबाट तयार पारेको विभिन्न विषयहरूमाथि अनि विभागीय एक्सपर्टहरूले कुराहरू राख्नुहुनेछ। अनि यो होइन कि विभागीय एक्सपर्टहरूले कुरा राखेकाहरूमा तपाईहरु जतिजना पनि हुनुहुन्छ तल्लो तह तबकाका अधिकारीहरू हुनुहुन्छ। जस्तो प्रकारले सबैभन्दा मुनिका अधिकारीहरू आज एसिस्टेन्ट एजुकेसन अफिसर्स होला है, एसिस्टेन्ट एजुकेसन अफिसर्स एन्ड एबोभको यो मिटिङ हो। अनि धेरैवटा विषयमा जो हाम्रा जानकारहरूले राख्ने, एक्सपर्टहरूले राख्ने, रिसर्चरले राख्ने विषयहरूमा तल्ला अफिसर्स यानी एसिस्टेन्ट एजुकेसन अफिसरलाई पनि त्यसको ज्ञान होला, यानी त्यो विषयमा तपाईहरुलाई पनि केही जानकारी होला। र तपाईहरु पनि चाहनुहुन्छ कि मलाई त यो थाहा थियो, यो उहाँले यो कुरा राख्नुभयो र यसो गर्दाखेरि राम्रो हुन्छ भन्ने तपाईहरुलाई विभागलाई तपाईले इनपुट्स पनि दिन चाहनुहुन्छ है। भनेदेखि आजको यो सम्मेलनमा, आजको यो कन्फरेन्समा तपाईहरुले पनि कुराहरू राख्न सक्नुहुन्छ। तर लामो तन्कारा होइन, तपाईले सरकारलाई, विभागलाई तपाईले सजेसनहरू राख्न सक्नुहुन्छ, यो एउटा कुरा। अनि जहिले पनि हामी सफलताको पछि मात्रै कुद्छौं है, सफल है, हामी सक्सेस 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 यानी एजुकेसनको भाषामा हो भने पास पास पास। तर पास सँगसँगै फेल पनि त छ, अनि सक्सेससँग अनसक्सेस पनि छ। त्यसले गर्दा हामी जहिले पनि अघि बढ्दाखेरि दुईटै कुरोको लागि प्रिपेयर हुनु पर्यो। पास भयो भने ठिकै छ, तर फेल भयो भने के गर्ने त? सक्सेस भयो भने ठिकै छ, अनसक्सेस भयो भने के गर्ने त? जस्तो म उदाहरण दिन चाहन्छु, भारतीय क्रिकेट टिमले हर म्याच जित्छ भन्ने होइन नि, हर म्याच जित्दैन, कोही बेला हार्छ, वर्ल्ड कपमा हार्छ, विभिन्न एसिया कपमा हार्छ, त्यस्तो उदाहरण थुप्रो छ। तर पनि उनीहरूले खेलको मैदानलाई या क्रिकेटलाई छोडेर उनीहरूले अलविदा त उहाँहरूले के अरे गर्दैनन्। तर उहाँहरू जित्यो ठिकै छ, जित्यो भनेदेखि अझै कसरी अझै राम्रो उनीहरूको पर्फर्मेन्स गर्नुपर्ने त्यो माथि उहाँले ध्यान दिन्छन्। हार्यो भनेदेखि उहाँहरू बसेर टिम म्यानेजमेन्टदेखि बसेर, कोचदेखि बसेर, खेलाडीदेखि बसेर, ब्याट्सम्यानदेखि बसेर, बलर्सदेखि बसेर चाहिँ सबै के कारण हार्यो, हाम्रो हार्नुको पछि के कारण हो? या बलरको कारणले गर्दा हार्यो, या त फिल्डिङको कारणले गर्दा हार्यो, या त ब्याट्सम्यानको कारणले गर्दा हार्यो, या त ब्याटिङको लाइनअप ठिक नगरेर हार्यो भन्ने कुराहरू उहाँहरूले पुरा विचार विमर्श गर्छ, डिस्कसन गर्छ। र यो आजको सभा पनि एजुकेसन डिपार्टमेन्टको निम्ति या शिक्षा विभागको निम्ति यस्तै हो कि हामीले हाम्रो शिक्षा प्रणालीलाई देशको सबैभन्दा उत्तम शिक्षा प्रणाली कसरी गर्ने त, कसरी बनाउने भन्ने कुरा चाहिँ सरकारले मात्रै सोचेर हुँदैन, विभागीय माननीय मन्त्रीले मात्रै सोचेर हुँदैन, विभागका प्रधान सचिव सचिवहरूले मात्रै सोचेर हुँदैन। अनि यो चाहिँ सोच्नुपर्छ तल्लो तहमा काम गर्ने कर्मचारी, शिक्षा विभागमा काम गर्ने कर्मचारी, अधिकारीले पनि सोच्नुपर्छ। त्यसले गर्दा आजको जति पनि विषयहरूमा, जस्तै विषयहरू थुप्रो राम्रो राम्रो विषयहरू मैले देखेँ, च्यालेन्जेस इन स्कुल एजुकेसन, स्कुल एजुकेसनमा के च्यालेन्जेस छ श्री अमरदास छेत्री डाइरेक्टर समग्र शिक्षा उहाँले राख्नुहुँदैछ। उहाँको आफ्नो विषय उहाँले राख्नुहुँदैछ कि च्यालेन्जेस इन द स्कुल एजुकेसनमा। तर यो विषयमा जानकारहरू त तपाईँहरू पनि हुनुहुन्छ, हाम्रो एएसयू पनि होला, डिप्टीलाई थाहा होला, एडीलाई थाहा होला। त्यस विषयमा तपाईँलाई कुनै पनि विभागलाई इनपुट्स दिनु चाहनुहुन्छ भने तपाईँहरूले उहाँको कुराहरू राखिसकेपछि तपाईँले राख्नुहोला। विल नोट डाउन, हामी नोट गर्छौँ। अनि त्यसपछि अर्को विषय स्ट्रेथनिङ फन्डेसनल म्याच राजीव फिलिप्स DDSCRT उहाँले राख्नुहुन्छ। र म्याचको बारेमा तपाईँलाई थाहा छ कि म्याच भन्नसाथ हिसाब भन्नसाथ हामी भाग्ने हो सबैजना। जो भागेन उहाँहरू सबैजना इन्जिनियर भए, जो भाग्यो पोलिटिसियन भयो हैन। त्यसले गर्दा आज अहिले पनि त्यो जमानादेखि हाम्रो जमानादेखि लिएर तपाईँहरूको जमानादेखि अहिलेसम्म पनि म्याच भनेपछि हामी टाढो भाग्छौँ है। यो विषयमा उहाँले राख्नुहुन्छ र जति पनि तपाईँहरूले जान्नुहुन्छ तपाईँहरूले आफ्नो इनपुट्स राख्नुहोला। त्यसपछि अर्को छ स्ट्रेथनिङ फाउन्डेसनल इङ्ग्लिस है। अब इङ्ग्लिस पनि के एउटा सोच छ भन्दाखेरि हामीले प्राइभेट स्कुलमा हाम्रो नानीहरू गयो भनेदेखि पढायो भनेदेखि इङ्ग्लिस बोल्न निपुण हुन्छ, र गभर्मेन्टमा पढायो भने इङ्ग्लिस बोल्नै जान्दैन भन्ने छ यो विषयमा। त्यसले गर्दा यो विषयमा हाम्रो उहाँले छिरिङ लमो एडिसनल डाइरेक्टरले राख्नुहुन्छ कुरा। तपाईँहरूकोबाट पनि इङ्ग्लिसलाई स्कुल लेभलमा कसरी चाहिँ इम्प्रुभ गर्नुपर्ने, कुन कुरो अप्नाउँदाखेरि या भनौँ उपाय अप्नाउँदाखेरि इङ्ग्लिस इम्प्रुभ हुन सक्छ, हाम्रो है विश्वास बढ्न सक्छ। सरकारी स्कुललाई पनि होइन, प्राइभेट स्कुलमा भन्दा सरकारी स्कुलमा पढाउँ भन्ने अप्सन चाहिँ कसरी चाहिँ आउन सक्छ भन्ने कुरा म तपाईँहरूलाई पनि जानकारी तपाईँले पनि राख्नुहोला। त्यसपछि इन्क्लुसिभ एजुकेसन आशा खत्रीले राख्नुहुन्छ यो विषयमा उहाँले। त्यसपछि सिएम मोडल स्कुल हाम्रो उज्जवल खतिवडाज्यू डाइरेक्टर चिफ मिनिस्टर मोडल स्कुल आज उहाँ उपस्थित हुनुहुन्छ, उहाँले राख्नुहुन्छ। र यो होइन कि यो उहाँ त एउटा सञ्चालन गर्ने एउटा डाइरेक्टरको रूपमा छ, तर पनि आइडिया होला नि होइन, यो प्रकारले यो राम्रो छ, यो प्रकारले चलाउ ठिक होला भने तपाईँहरूकोमा इनपुट छ भने तपाईँले राख्नुहोला। अनि त्यस्तै प्रकारले हेल्थ सेफ्टी वेलनेस एन्ड भ्याल्युज अनुराग एम राई एडिसनल डाइरेक्टरले राख्नुहुन्छ। यो विषयमा पनि तपाईँहरूले कुराहरू तपाईँहरूकोमा केही जानकारी छ भने राख्नुहोला। अनि टिचर ट्रान्सफर एन्ड पोस्टिङ पोलिसी कस्तो हुनुपर्ने तपाईँले हेर्नुहोस्, कुनै पनि कुराको यदि नीति निर्धारण या नियम बनिएन भनेदेखि ल्याङफ्याङ हुन्छ। यदि हामीले ब्रेकफास्टको टाइम, लन्चको टाइम, डिनरको टाइम बनायौँ, हामी कति बेला खाने, कति बेला सुत्ने त्यो हुन्छ। सुत्ने पनि टाइम छ, उठ्ने टाइम छ, सबैको टाइम। यो दिज अब इज अ नेचुरल भनौँ न, यो रुल हो, नर्म्स नै भनौँ, रुल हो। त्यसले गर्दाखेरि यो सबै पोस्टिङमा भयो, पोस्टिङ पोलिसी, ट्रान्सफर पोलिसी, यो सबैहरूमा एउटा नीति निर्धारण तय गरौँ। अनि सबैले थाहा पाओस् कि अब यो नीति छ, यो छ भनेपछि त्यसमा हामी कुरा गरौँ है, त्यसमा एउटा नीति बनाऊ भन्ने हामीले सोचेका छौँ। अनि क्वालिटी एजुकेसनको लागि है, अब क्वालिटी एजुकेसन हाम्रो सिस्टमको क्वालिटी बढाउनको लागि, एजुकेसन क्वालिटी बढाउनको लागि पोलिसी सजेसन हाम्रो प्रधान सचिव महोदयले राख्नुहुन्छ, प्रिन्सिपल सेक्रेटरी ताम्बे साहबले नै राख्नुहुन्छ है। अनि आज तपाईँहरूले यो आशा गरेर आउनुभएको होला, आज चाहिँ हामी मुख्यमन्त्रीले के कुरा राख्ने हो, मन्त्रीले के कुरा राख्ने हो, अनि प्रिन्सिपल सेक्रेटरी साहबले के कुरा राख्ने हामी सुनेर जाने होइन। आज चाहिँ म के भन्छु चाहिँ हामी राख्नुभन्दा ज्यादा चाहिँ तपाईँहरूकोबाट सुनेर, अनि जुन कुराहरू शिक्षा विभागलाई काम लाग्छ, जुन कुराहरू आउने भावी पिँढीको निम्ति काम लाग्छ, तपाईँले भनेको कुराहरूलाई नै हामी पोलिसी बनाउँछौँ अनि त्यसलाई नै हामी इम्प्लिमेन्ट गर्छौँ। हामी आज सुन्ने हो, हामी बोल्ने होइन, हामी आज सुन्नको निम्ति आएको। र यो एउटा हामीले के सोच्यौँ भन्दाखेरि हामीले नत्र भने प्रिन्सिपल सेक्रेटरी, मिनिस्टर साहब हो, सेक्रेटरीहरू राखेर, स्पेसल सेक्रेटरी, डाइरेक्टर, प्रिन्सिपल डाइरेक्टर राखेर कुरा गर्दा भइहाल्थ्यो। तर मैले नै उहाँलाई भने, मैले माननीय मन्त्री महोदयलाई पनि भने, अनि मैले प्रधान सचिव महोदयलाई पनि भने कि होइन, तल्लो लेभलमा शिक्षामा काम गर्ने है, एजुकेसन सिस्टमलाई सुधार गर्ने है, सबै कुराहरूको जानकारहरू चाहिँ एसिस्टेन्ट एजुकेसन अफिसर्सहरू पनि हो, उहाँलाई पनि बोलाउँ, उहाँलाई पनि हामी जानकारी दिउँ। नत्र हामी यहाँ गान्तोकमा एउटा मिटिङ पास गर्ला, हामीले पोलिसी बनाउला, त्यो कुरा भरे है तपाईँको पुग्दा नपुग्दा भएर एयुहरूको पुग्दा अर्को कुरा पुग्यो भने है एउटाले अर्कोलाई भन्यो, अर्कोलाई भन्दा त के हुन्छ भन्दाखेरि अब है एउटा सानो कथा छ नि त है, रामेको कुकुरले वास्तवमा मान्छे टोकेको हुन्छ है, रामेको कुकुरले मान्छे टोकेको हुन्छ पक्का हो, तर भरे एकजना दुईजना तिनजनामा पुग्दा त भरे के भनेर पुगेछ भन्दा रामेले मान्छे खोजी टोक्दैछ भन्ने कुरा पुग्छ भन्ने कुरा। त्यही भएर एयुले पनि जानोस् कि एजुकेसनको पोलिसी के छ त, अनि विभागको दिशानिर्देशन के छ त, उहाँहरूको रेस्पोन्सिबिलिटी के हो त भन्ने कुरा चाहिँ बुझ्यो। नभए त अहिले कन्फ्युज छ नि, उहाँहरू कुन स्कुलमा जाने कि नजाने कि, जुनियर हाई स्कुलमा जानु पाउने कि नपाउने कि, गएर के गर्ने कि नगर्ने भन्ने कुराहरू छ। त्यसले गर्दा आज एउटा कङ्क्रिट पोलिसी जो हाम्रो सचिव महोदयले पनि राख्नुभयो, छोपेल साहबले पनि राख्नुभयो, यो सबै कुराहरू छ। त्यसले गर्दा आज खालि सुन्ने होइन, आज तपाईँले हतार नगर्नुहोस्। आज हामी छिट्टो मिटिङ सकेर यो कन्फरेन्स सकेर हामी फर्किहाल्छौँ, यहाँ पुग्नुपर्नेछ, यहाँ जानुपर्नेछ, यहाँ बिहामा जानुपर्नेछ, यहाँ कहीँ जानुपर्नेछ, बर्थडेमा जानुपर्छ भन्ने कुरा बोल्नुहोस्। जब तक हाम्रो कन्फरेन्स सक्दैन तब तक हामी यहीँ बस्छौँ। आज तपाईँहरूले टिम एजुकेसनले हाम्रो भविष्यको निम्ति डेडिकेट गरेर आउनुभएको छ है, अनि जहाँ तपाईँहरू हुनुहुन्छ त्यहाँ तपाईँहरू सेटिस्फाई भएर काम गर्नुभयो भने त्योभन्दा बढी मजा कहीँ पनि आउँदैन। र तपाईँहरू सबैजनाले यदि तपाईँहरूको लागि यदि कसैको पनि यहाँ ढिलो भयो, रात पऱ्यो अरे 6 बज्यो 7 बज्यो रात पऱ्यो भनेदेखि काहीँ समस्या भयो भनेदेखि तपाईँहरूलाई हामी बस्ने एरेन्जमेन्ट पनि गर्छौँ पक्का। त्यतिसम्म हामी तयारी भएर तपाईँलाई आज बोलाउँछौँ। भन्नुको यो कन्फरेन्स चाहिँ फ्रुटफुल हुनु पऱ्यो। मैले भने कुरा तपाईँले सुनेर जानुभयो, मैले पनि भाषण गरेँ, म पनि 3 घन्टा भाषण गरेर मक्ख पऱ्यो, तर केही रिजल्ट आएन भने के फाइदा भयो। र यो खालके सम्मेलन अब हामी प्रत्येक सालमा एकपल्ट गर्छौँ, प्रत्येक सालमा, प्रत्येक वर्ष हामी गर्छौँ। यो हाम्रो प्रधान सचिव महोदयले है यसलाई ख्याल राख्नुहोस्। अनि प्रत्येक साल अनि अर्कै डिस्ट्रिक्टमा गर्छौँ। यसपालि गान्तोक डिस्ट्रिक्ट भयो, अर्को पालि हामी नाम्ची डिस्ट्रिक्ट गर्छौँ। सबैजना यहाँबाट जानु पऱ्यो, तपाईँहरूमा त किन यहाँ आउने, तपाईँहरू पनि जानु पऱ्यो, हेड अफ द डिपार्टमेन्ट जानु, सबै जानु पऱ्यो। अनि अर्को पालि सोरेङमा, अर्को पालि गेजिङमा, मङ्गानमा हामी यसरी नै डिस्ट्रिक्ट वाइज नै हामी यसरी मिटिङ गर्छौँ। र प्रत्येक साल हामी सक्यो भनेदेखि अझै विषयहरू धेरै भयो भने हामी 2 दिन गरौँला, 2 दिन गरौँला, 1 दिन हामी आउँला, रेजिस्ट्रेसन गरौँला होइन, विभिन्न कुराहरू गरौँला। अनि विभिन्न विषयहरूमा तपाईँहरूले आफ्नो साथीभाइहरू पनि भेट हुन्छ, कुराकानी हुन्छ। पहिला सँगै एपोइन्टमेन्ट भएको, अहिले पोस्टिङ विभिन्न ठाउँहरूमा छ, तर भेट्दाखेरि एउटा है तपाईँको मेमोरिजहरू पनि तपाईँहरूको गर्न पाउँछ। त्यसले गर्दाखेरि यो हामी यो वार्षिक रूपमा हामी यो हाम्रो शिक्षा विभागको सम्मेलन गर्छौँ, किनभने शिक्षा नै समाजको मेरुदण्ड हो। एजुकेसन इज द ब्याकबोन अफ दि सोसाइटी। त्यसले गर्दा यसलाई हामीले टार्गेट गऱ्यो भनेदेखि जहाँ शिक्षा छ त्यहाँ अन्धकार छैन। यसैले काम गर्ने। र तपाईहरु जतिजना आउनुभयो, तपाईँलाई केही समस्या पऱ्यो, जानुको लागि समस्या पऱ्यो भने त्यसको लागि हामी बस्नेको लागि बन्दोबस्त गर्छौँ। सिक्किममा आज पर डे 80,000 to 85,000 है राख्न सक्ने हो, त्यति है टुरिस्टहरूलाई राख्न सक्ने होटेल्सहरू छन् भनेपछि तपाईहरु किन सुर्ताउने? र आज तपाईहरुकोबाट सुन्ने हो, तपाईले के काम गर्नुभयो, तपाईहरुको कतिको आइडिया छ त्यो आइडिया भन्नु पर्यो नि। किनभने तपाईलाई जुत्ता कहाँ चेप्छ नलाउनेलाई भन्दा लाउनेलाई थाहा छ हैन। प्राइमेरी एजुकेसनको सिस्टम कस्तो छ तपाईलाई थाहा होला, हामीलाई त थाहा छैन, हामी त सुनेको भरमा कुरा गर्नु पर्यो। यही कुरा छ। र आजको है यो सम्मेलन चाहिँ अलिक अलग है तपाईको ढङ्गमा भएकोले गर्दा तपाईहरुलाई सुन्ने मात्रै होइन, तपाईहरुले पनि है उठेर तपाईहरुको आफ्नो आफ्नो है अगाडि तपाईहरुको माइक्रोफोन है छ, तपाईले है कुराहरू राख्न सक्नुहुन्छ। अनि संक्षिप्तमा तपाईले एड्रेस गर्नु परेन, नभए त फेरि हाम्रो त एड्रेस गरेर सबै गर्दाखेरि झनै 10 मिनेट त्यहीँ खाइदिन्छ। त्यहाँ सिधा संवाद गर्ने यही कुरा राख्न चाहन्छु। र यति भन्दै तपाईहरुकोबाट बिदा पनि लिन चाहन्छु। धन्यवाद।
Thank you, Honorable Sir, for your valuable suggestions, and I'm sure that will be complied by all our officers to make the sessions interactive and which will help this conference become more meaningful and fruitful. And I would also like to thank Secretary Sir for your warm welcome address and for clearly laying out the vision and expected outcomes of this important conference. Before we proceed further with the deliberations, I would like to inform the House that in the interest of time and to ensure a smooth flow of the program, we will be doing away with individual salutations and move directly into the sessions. Moving ahead with the deliberation section at the outset, I would like to invite Sri Ambar Das Chetri, Director Samagra Shiksha, to present on the challenges facing school education. So please.
Good morning, one and all. With the permission of the chair, today I am going to give a short presentation on the challenges and reform strategy in education system of Sikkim. So, first of all, education Vision 2030 in the government schools is to provide and ensure equitable quality education in Sikkim. Besides that, strengthening foundational skills, improving transition, and promoting excellence in teaching learning. So, education that provides students with the skill and competition they need to thrive in the 21st century. That it was the Vision 2030 of education system in the state of Sikkim. So in order to achieve this Vision 2030, we have certain challenges. And the most important challenges which our respected Secretary Sir has also reflected, that is one of the main is the declining enrollment in the schools. And another important is that learning outcome is to be strengthened, which we have to focus. And the perception of our parents in the government school is also different. And the teacher deployment. These are the four very important challenges which we are facing in our education system. So, the most important one is the declining enrollment in the schools, where if we see that the enrollment trend there in 2021, if we see that the total enrollment in the government and private sectors and other schools was around 1,37,000 something. But in a gap of 6 years, the overall trend goes down. That if we see the figure in 25-26, we see that all together the enrollment is 1,13,714. So almost there is a decline of 22,000 plus. So in total in the state of the Sikkim. So if we see the government schools, that the department schools, there were the enrollment of 81,000 in 21-22, but if we see in 25-26, there is a 61,317, but the decline in the private and other government-aided schools, if we see the number around 56,000 was there in 2021, but whereas it is 52,000 something, so it seems that the decline trend in the private schools and other aided schools, which includes JNB, central schools, army schools, all other schools, is quite less. So this is what the scenario of the declining trend in the enrollment. This is the total figure. But if we go category-wise, then we'll see that at the primary level, that is from pre-primary. So the pre-primary of preschool 1, preschool 2, preschool 3, and from class 1 to 5. Then we see the enrollment scenario in 2021 in all the schools of Sikkim is around 26,764. Now it has gone down to around 66,260 in total. And now it's gone down to 61,150. And here we can realize that the primary school children are mostly in the private schools as compared to the government schools. Because if we say 39,496 children were there in 2021 in the private and other aided schools. Likewise, it's just simply 2,000 around is a decline, that is 37,916 in 25-26. Whereas in the Sikkim government schools, it's around 26,764. This is the data from the UDIs. And now it's gone down to 23,234. So the declination is around 3,000 plus. So it is in the primary level. So the number of children more in the private schools, in the primary levels. But if we go to the upper primary level, that is class 6 to class 8, we see that the figure as compared to government and private schools, the government schools figures quite increased at the middle levels. Like in 2021, we have seen that the education department schools were around 21,686, and in 25-26, it is around 15,243. The number is around 7,000. But in private schools and other schools, it was around 9,581, and in 25-26, it is around 8,973. The decrease is less, but as compared to the enrollment, the number of children more in the government schools as compared to private schools in the middle level. So likewise, if we go to the secondary level, that is from class 9 to 12, secondary level, then we see that the education department schools enrollments is more than the private schools and other schools, like 32,821 in 2021. And after a gap of 6 years, it is around 24,173. The declining trend is theirs. The graph itself shows the blue and the orange. It itself shows. So, but in the other sectors, private and government aided, that is 7,296 in 2021 and 6,400 plus in the 25-26. So the number of children are more in the government schools as compared to private schools. So this is what the declining trend which we have seen in the category wise. So it is there. So out of total, if you see the secondary level, that is 40,117 in 2021. And in 25-26, it's gone down to 30,631. So almost the gap of 10,000, the number of students is decreased at the secondary level also. So the main reason, as Secretary Sir have already told, that the main reason is TFR also, the total fertility rate, late marriage, and besides this, there are so many other factors also, as these issues, low fertility rate issues, were also raised in the interdepartmental coordination meeting in the Manan Kendra also by the health departments. It is known to all of us. So this is one of the main focus areas, what challenges we are facing by not only by education department, by the whole citizen of our state. And this decline is also in other states also, compared to enrollment also. So this is one of the main reason, that is the challenge which are facing. And the second important challenge which we have to focus is to strengthen the learning outcomes. Learning outcomes, if we see the Parak of class 3, Parak is, if we see the Parak means, so the Parak means it is one of the cell in NCERT which was created in 2023, and It is means the performance assessment review and analysis of knowledge of holistic development. This is one of the cell in the NCERT, and this PARAC conducts the assessment in the sampled school throughout the country, and in Sikkim also it was conducted last year in 2024-25, and we are taking the just example of the class 3 at the foundational level. So at the foundational level, if we see the PARAC result, that the state total in English language is 62, and the national is 64. And mathematics is 53, and the national is 60. But if we bifurcate into government and private schools of our state, then we see the government schools is having 50, whereas in 72 of private schools in mathematics, whereas in English language, state government schools are in 45, and the private schools are 59. So this figure shows that the quality of education in private school is better in mathematics and science as compared to the government schools. This is a national figure. So here, so it is very important. This is out of 100, sir. So this is one of the very important FLN gaps, which is say foundational literacy and numeracy gap is closely reflected in the PARAC reports. And nowadays, National Education Policy 2020 envisages that rote learning versus competency-based learning. So that is very important part. So our students are still struggling in the rote learning. So the competency-based outcome is the need of the hour. So for which several initiatives are being undertaken already. And skill-based pedagogy is also required. And besides that, our teachers who are teaching in the classroom, really transacting the lessons, is also having a limited proficiency in bilingual pedagogy also. So that is why we need to have a basic focus on the basic skills, which is required. Outcome-based education is required. So some focused intervention is to be planned. And besides that, we also have a child-centric teaching learning by the use of teaching learning materials in the classroom, for which we have to plan the strategy accordingly. So it is very important at the foundational level as well as at the middle level. So if we go to the next step, to the secondary part, then the class 10 results is there in the graph. It shows that there is a slight increase from 23 to 24, whereas the increase is more in 2025, as we see that in 2023 is 61%, then it goes to 66.87, and now nearly in 2025, it is around almost 80%. So it is theirs. As compared to CBSE national result is 90 plus. So still we have to struggle a lot to reach that level, for which some focus program intervention is already theirs. So like CM mentorship program is also theirs. Then more training, commitment of the teachers for increasing is already seen in the result itself. So some focused academic activities are already planned. So this shows that the improvement strategy is already in place for the quality education at right from primary to secondary level in our state. And another very important factor which hindered in the learning outcomes is the GER also. So GER means gross enrollment ratio. जसमा चाहिँ students enrollment is divided by the age group population बाट हामीले divide गरेर त्यो as per national guidelines निकालिन्छ into 100 गरेर र त्यो चाहिँ हाम्रो in our state Sikkim, if we see the gross enrollment ratio at the middle level मा हेर्यो भने चाहिँ हामीले 77.6 छ. That means 100 मा 77.6 नानी चाहिँ हाम्रो स्कुलमा छ. त्यो चाहिँ प्रोजेक्टेड पपुलेसनको आधारमा र प्रोजेक्टेड पपुलेसन जुन छ त्यो नेशनल लेभलमा हामीलाई गभर्मेन्ट अफ इन्डियाले प्रोजेक्टेड पपुलेसन दिएको छ र प्रोजेक्टेड पपुलेसनमा चाहिँ के प्रब्लम छ हाम्रो सिक्किम स्टेटमा भन्दाखेरि चाहिँ जुन प्रोजेक्सन छ उनीहरूको त्यो प्रोजेक्सन अनुसार चाहिँ हाम्रो सिक्किमको पपुलेसन ग्राफ चाहिँ इन्क्रिज भएको छैन. So that is why, because of the total fertility rate, what we have already mentioned, because it is interlinked. So that is why the figure shows here is less. But if we see in the reality, the more number of children are there in the school system. So middle was 77.67, secondary was 71.7. So likewise, it was in 22-23, then 23-24, and if we go to the 24-25, then 75.28 in the middle, and then 60.2 in the secondary. And another important factor is the dropout. So dropout means the child who are enrolled in the schools left without completing the required schooling. जसले चाहिँ अब बिचमै स्कुल छोड्यो भनेदेखि चाहिँ त्यसलाई हामीले ड्रप आउटको एउटा जुन फिगर हामीले यहाँ निकालेको छ एज पर द युडाइज डाटा अफ द गभर्मेन्ट अफ इन्डिया. सो इट सोज एट द मिडल लेभल इट इज 2.2, सेकेन्डरी लेभलमा 13.2, एन्ड लेटर अन इफ वी गो टु द 24-25 वी सी द्याट there are 2.7 at the middle level and 9.1 at the secondary level. So the figure come down from 14.3 to 9.1 in 24-25 from 23-24. So the more children are there in the school systems. And in the secondary level, why this figure is here? Because there is a system in class 9, 10, 11, 12, 9 र 10 पास गरिसकेपछि चाहिँ नानी क्लास 11मा जाँदाखेरि चाहिँ त्यो जुन ट्रान्जिसन फेज छ त्यो ट्रान्जिसन फेजमा चाहिँ some students are joining in the ITI, some students are joining for the polytechnic colleges, some are like opting for the A&M courses, capacity building courses. So these students are not in the system, but as per the UDIs, they calculate in the total number of students. So that is why this figure seems it is big. But actually our children are there in the system somewhere. So the figure is to be less, but there is no uniform system of getting the data who are enrolled in other systems. Even open board schooling systems are also there. Some students are enrolling in NIOS, some are other boards. These students all included in these figures. So that is why this dropout rate is here. So this is also another factors. So which also creating problem in achieving the quality learning outcomes in our systems. Now, third important challenges which we are facing in the education system is the perception of the parents on private schools. As you see that, children who are sending there in the private schools, everywhere, even the parents, even the teachers, all stakeholders, let's say, they feel that my what is going in the private schools, it is so-called as the English schools, smart, and the same from the same family, from same the house, if another child is going to the government schools, the complaint case government school ma aune naniलाई चाहिँ याद गरिदिदैन, private school ma जाने नानीलाई चाहिँ याद गरिदिन्छ, so called they call is a English school. But all government schools in our state is English medium schools. But from parents' point of view, they did not consider it. Now the time has come to all of us. Let's join hands together to develop the public trust that the government schools, which are very near to their home, is English medium schools. So that trust now the time has come to build up by also by creating awareness, etc. So that is one perception, which is also a big challenge. Then another one is that very important that the parents associate private schools as a good command with future opportunities. I have sent my private word to private school, they think that the career opportunities are there, good competency level, quality education. So these all are the factors which are moving around in our, especially in the rural areas also, because the private schools in the rural areas, जहाँ पनि खोलेको छ, त्यो एउटा सानो इक्राको घरतिर छ, 2 कोठे 3 कोठे जहाँ फेसिलिटिजहरु छैन, तर त्यहाँ जबरजस्ती उनीहरूलाई रोट लर्निङ गराएर कसरी हुन्छ 2-4 लाइन इङ्ग्लिस बोल्न लगाएको हुन्छ, उनीहरूले म्याथमेटिक्सको सिम्पल क्यालकुलेसन पनि गरेको हुन्छ। तर त्यही चिज चाहिँ हाम्रो गभर्मेन्ट स्कुलमा गरायो भनेदेखि चाहिँ नेचुरल्ली द पब्लिक ट्रस्ट विल बी डेभलप्ड, दो अदर इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चर फेसिलिटिज इज नट देयर इन द प्राइभेट स्कुल्स, बट देयर पर्सेप्सन इज लाइक द्याट। So it is a big challenge to all of us. We have to commit ourselves that from today onwards, I can do something. So if we take this challenge, it will be resolved. So another important factor is that at the initial stage, no doubt, the holistic development of the child is not taking place in the private school, not at all. There are reputed private schools also. Besides that, there are some other schools जहाँ चाहिँ होलिस्टिक डेभलपमेन्ट भएको हुँदैन, बट वी निड टु हेभ अ प्यारामिटर फर एसेसमेन्ट द्याट वाट वी आर गोइङ टु प्लान इन द सब्सिक्वेन्ट प्रेजेन्टेसन द्याट विल बी अल्सो रिफ्लेक्टेड एन्ड बिसाइड्स द्याट at the primary level some development improvement is seen in the child. That is why that perception is also there. So that is to be now we have to break it by creating awareness. Not only that, let's organize some of the activities, such activities in the schools that if the parents are called in our schools and with the support and the presence of the block officials, subdivision officers, district officers, and if we sit together and the branding, we are not doing it. We have to, हामीले हाम्रो गभर्मेन्ट स्कुलमा ब्रान्डिङ गर्नुपर्छ, हाम्रोमा यो फेसिलिटी छ, यो स्कुलमा यो करिकुलम छ, यो एनइपी 2020 बेस फ्रेमवर्कमा हामी काम गर्दैछौँ, हाम्रो टिचरहरू वेल इक्विप्ड छ, वेल ट्रेन्ड छ. इफ वी स्टार्टेड पब्लिसिटी, किनभने हामी आफै भन्नुहुन्न नि त त्यो चिज चाहिँ. नाउ वी हेभ टु स्पिक फ्रम एभ्री माउथ. सबले भन्न थाल्यो भनेदेखि चाहिँ एउटा पब्लिक ट्रस्ट डेभलप हुन्छ. नाउ इट इज द निड आउट द आवर्स. And another important is the teacher deployment also, because there is an imbalanced deployment of teachers in urban and the rural areas. That also going to create a great hindrance in quality education. So that is why in sum total we say that the parents perceive better discipline, English environment and result oriented in the private schools. And on the other hand, frequent transfers disrupts the continuity in the teaching learning process. So dedicated academic focus is also required for the achievement of the quality education. So that is the from the parents' point of view. And now teacher deployment challenges. I will not go in detail because the detailed presentation will be theirs, but uneven deployment is theirs. It is known to all of us that urban concentration of the teachers is theirs. Rural, though there are the teachers, but as compared to urban areas, there are less teachers is theirs. And from teachers' point of view, they think that we have to travel in the difficult areas, limited housing, so many other factors, connectivity. These are from the teacher's perspective, so that's why they didn't want it to stay in the rural areas. So certain problems are theirs. And then majority schools of governments are in the rural areas, because as per the Right to Education Act, in every 1 to 2 kilometers, government schools were opened. So for accessibility, for affordability, and not only that, government schools is such where the admission is provided to every child, irrespective of their socio-economic backgrounds. But whereas in the private schools, selected admissions are theirs, so that is also another factors. So these are also one of the challenges. And from teachers' point of view, they think that we are committed, we are dedicated, we are hard-working, whatever the place we are working, but the outcome is not there because of the children who are coming from the different backgrounds. That is also another great factors. So coming to the end, there is a human capital improvement planned elementary levels. So English communication environment in the schools to be developed, schools to be make attractive for the parents, for the children, and more focus is to be on learning outcomes at the foundational levels, even at the higher levels also. For that purpose, for mathematics, numeracy program is also already there in the place. And in collaboration with Jodo Gyan and Ekiste Foundation, which the discussion is going on. Likewise, for English, literacy program is theirs in collaboration with Azim Premji, British Council, then Ekiste Foundations. And besides that, healthy mind is to be theirs. So sound mind in a sound body, it is sayings. So for that purpose, yoga, health and wellness programs. Besides that, that mindfulness and meditation programs are also being there in the place, so that we'll be able to achieve our targets. So for that purpose, the more focus is to be there in the preschools also, that is the children admitted at the age group of 3 to 6 years, that is called the Balbatika, that also need to be focused in our area. And another important factor is trainings are provided to the teachers. Around 1,500 plus teachers, as Secretary Sir has already informed the House. But whether these teachers who were trained by the subject experts in different areas are really imparted that teaching oriented pedagogies in the classroom situation or there, not. Whether it is implemented or not. So the time has come to monitor these things at the classroom level, so that is why the officers right from the cluster level to the head office are here. So we have to focus, we have to create a mechanism for that purpose. It is very, very important. And we have to focus our assessment from competency-based assessment is to be theirs. Curricular, co-curricular activities is already integrated in the curriculum. So these are the focus to be made. And besides that, community engagement is very, very important. So these are the things in the school education systems. And just one slide, I have once more, that is regarding the Ullas. So Ullas being, I am also looking after the Ullas. Ullas means understanding of lifelong learning for all in society. It is an adult literacy program. And this was launched in 2022 to 2027. So during the periods of these 5 years, this program is also being implemented in our states, so across the districts. So as per the Ullas, adult literacy, not only reading and writing, which includes financial and digital literacy also. So for that purpose, it completely works in volunteerism. And in Sikkim, we are on the path of becoming a fully literate state soon. Because till date, as per the guidelines, we have conducted FLNet exams 5 times. FLNet means Foundational Literacy and Numeracy Assessment Test. It is organized across the districts. And whatever test is organized, the questions is prepared by the NIOS. Because it is a fully national recognized body, National Institute of Open Schoolings. So till today, we have surveyed in all the areas of our states. And till today, we have identified 15,367 learners above 15 years of age. 15 वर्षदेखि उँभोको हामीले सर्वे गर्यौं र सर्वे पनि सबै भोलन्टियरिजममा हाम्रो रेस्पेक्टेड जति पनि भोलन्टियर्सहरु थियो जो चाहिँ ब्लक लेभल क्लस्टर लेभलको हामीले नन टिचिङ स्टाफलाई स्पेशली फर इन्फर्मेसन टु द सर दैट हाम्रो जति पनि वन फ्यामिली वन जबको हाम्रो जति पनि भाइ बहिनीहरु लगाएको छ उनीहरुलाई हामीले डिप्लोय गरेर चाहिँ उनीहरुलाई भोलन्टियर्स सर्वेमा पनि लगायौं भोलन्टरी टिचरमा पनि उनीहरुलाई काम गर्न लगायौं जसको उनीहरुले अनरेरियमको कुनै पनि प्रोभिजन छैन यसमा र 15300 मा हाम्रोमा टिल डेट 14353 ले चाहिँ एफएलनेट एक्जाम पास गरिसकेको छ र 4 वटा डिस्ट्रिक्टमा चाहिँ हामीले हरेक जीपीयू को जति पनि लोकल बडीजहरु पञ्चायत प्रेसिडेन्ट भाइस प्रेसिडेन्ट जति पनि छ उहाँहरुको जीपीयू मा ब्लक लेभलमा चाहिँ 4 वटा डिस्ट्रिक्टबाट चाहिँ 100% जीपीयूज हाम्रोमा चाहिँ लिटरेट छ अब कोही पनि यो एज ग्रुपमा चाहिँ इलिटरेट छैन भनेर उनीहरुले सर्टिफाई पनि गरिसकेको छ र 2 डिस्ट्रिक्टमा चाहिँ वी आर वेटिङ बिकज यो अस्ति 28 फेब्रुअरीमा हामीले एउटा एक्जाम राखेको थियो र त्यसको रिजल्ट इज डिक्लेयर्ड नाउ वी आर गोइङ टु गेट सुन द डिक्लेरेसन फ्रम द जीपीओ विदिन 10-15 डेज देन त्यो भयो भनेदेखि चाहिँ हामी दिस इयर We are targeting to declare Sikkim as a fully literate state as per the norms provided by the Ministry of Education, Government of India. So with these words, would like to wind up my presentations out here. Thank you so much for patience hearing. Thank you all.
पनि तपाईहरुको सुझावहरु छ भने जुन प्रकारले हाम्रो डाइरेक्टर समग्र शिक्षा उहाँले राख्नुभयो, च्यालेन्जेस इन द स्कुल एजुकेसन माथि जुन प्रेजेन्टेसन उहाँले राख्नुभयो र त्यो विषयमाथि तपाईहरुको केही पनि सुझावहरु छ भने तपाईले राख्न सक्नुहुन्छ।
Thank you, sir, for highlighting the key challenges of school education. Moving on, strong foundations are the cornerstone of quality education. So now I invite Sri Rajiv Philip, Deputy Director, SCRT, to present on strengthening foundational mathematics. Sir, please.
Good morning, everyone. With the permission from the chair, I would like to share some of the progress which we have made under special university program. So, sir, we began this program with under Nipun Bharat in 2022, and for this, I think we met Honorable Chief Minister in his residence also, and with the blessings from the Honorable Chief Minister, we started this program from 2023, sir. So, हामीले यो प्रोग्राम किन गर्दैछ? The more important factors, किन हाम्रो 2017 र 2017 and 2021 को जब हामीले NAS को रिपोर्ट देख्दाखेरि हाम्रो मैथमेटिक्स को लेभल चाहिँ प्रोफिशिएन्सी र एडभान्स लेभलमा एकदमै कम्ती भएर गएको छ। वेरास हामी बिलो बेसिक र बेसिकमा चाहिँ राम्रै छ, तर जब हामी प्रोफिशिएन्सी भन्छ, जब 50% देखि माथि हुनुपर्ने हाम्रो अचिभमेन्ट लेभल त्यहाँ चाहिँ हामी धेरै धेरै कम्ती भएर गएको छ। अनि हाम्रो एडभान्स लेभलमा चाहिँ हामी 17 देखि 21 को न्यासमा चाहिँ हामी निकै कम्ती भएर गएको छ। 20 मा थियो, हामी 4 मा गएको छ। सो यो अर्जेन्सीले गर्दा एउटा इमर्जेन्सी जस्तो भनौँ म्याथमेटिक्समा, त्यसले गर्दा चाहिँ हामीले यो प्रोग्रामलाई चाहिँ इनिसिएट गर्नुपर्ने भएको थियो। एन्ड देयर हेज बिन ह्युज ड्रप इन द प्रोफिशिएन्सी लेभल फ्रम 2017 टु 2021। देन अनदर एस्पेक्ट वाज निपुण भारतको पनि एउटा गाइडलाइन्स आएको छ, त्यसमा गोल्स पनि दिएको छ हामीलाई लिटरेसी र न्युमेरेसीको लागि। अब यो गोललाई पनि हामीले 26-27 भित्रमा चाहिँ हामीले अचिभ गर्नुपर्ने होला भएकोले गर्दा चाहिँ हामीले यसलाई चाहिँ स्पेशल फोकस दिएर चाहिँ यो प्रोग्रामलाई हामीले थालेको छ। अर्को आइडिया के छ भन्दाखेरि अहिलेसम्म जुन चाहिँ हामीले पढाउँदै थियौँ हामीले क्लासमा चाहिँ रोड लर्निङ, रोड बेस, सरले पनि भन्नुभयो, एडी सरले पनि भन्नुभयो, रटाए सब कुरा हामीले पढाउँदा के हुन्छ, नानीहरूले रट्ने क्षमता साह्रै पर्छ। बिकज हामीले म्याथ्समा चाहिँ अहिलेसम्म म्याथमेटिक्समा चाहिँ टेबलहरू सिकाउँदैछ, रटाउँदैछ। अब टेबल रट्यो भने चाहिँ नानी राम्रो हुन्छ भन्छ, तर एक्चुअली हेऱ्यो भने चाहिँ रट्यो भने चाहिँ टिचर नानीहरू खासमा राम्रो हुँदैन, उहाँहरूको मेन्टल प्रेसर बढ्दै जान्छ, क्लासरुममा उनीहरू ह्याप्पी पनि बस्दैन। सो हामीले अहिले के गर्दैछ, रटनबाट हामीले हटाएर सर हामीले नानीलाई क्लासमा एक्टिभिटी पुरा गराउँदैछ, गेम्स गराउँदैछ, प्लान्ड एक्टिभिटी गराउँदा के हुन्छ, नानीहरूले नरटिकन पनि धेरै कुरा उनीहरूले जोड्नु, घटाउनु, गुना भाग पनि उनीहरूले गर्ने क्षमता ल्याउँदैछ। अनि हामीले अहिले चाहिँ हाम्रो क्लासेसहरू चाहिँ एकदमै ह्याप्पी, जहाँ चाहिँ टिचर पनि खुसी खुसी पढाउँदैछ, नानी पनि खुसी खुसी पढ्ने माहौलमा चाहिँ पढ्नु सक्दैछ, त्यो हामीले क्रिएट गर्दैछ। अनि हामीले देख्दै पनि छ यो चेन्जेस अहिले बिस्तारै बिस्तारै स्कुलमा आउँदै नै छ सर। सो यसको लागि हामीले कसरी थाल्यो भन्दा पहिला हामीले के गर्यो, छडा डिस्ट्रिक्टमा वी हेभ स्टार्टेड 8 नोडल स्कुल्स, जहाँ चाहिँ हामीले वर्कसप्सहरू गऱ्यो टिचर्सको लागि एलोङ विथ द चिल्ड्रेन। सो नर्मली वर्कसप चाहिँ के हुन्छ, बाहिर हुन्छ जहाँ चाहिँ नानी इन्भल्भ हुँदैन, तर हामीले यहाँ के सिफ्ट ल्यायो भन्दाखेरि चाहिँ नानीसँगै हामीले चाहिँ टिचरको पनि वर्कसप गर्छ, जब नानीसँग उनीहरूले ट्रेनिङ गर्दा नानीलाई पनि देख्छ, नानीसँग जे हुँदैछ त्यो टिचरले अब्जर्भ गर्छ, अनि त्यो कुरा चाहिँ आफ्नो आफ्नो स्कुलमा पनि उहाँहरूले इम्प्लिमेन्ट गर्दैछ। अन्त डेमोन्स्ट्रेसन क्लासेससँग हाम्रो ट्रेनिङ भइरहेको छ। अनि अहिलेसम्म हामीले चाहिँ एउटा स्टेटमा एउटा मास्टर ट्रेनिङको एउटा ग्रुप बनाएको छ, 118 प्राइमरी टिचर्सको एउटा मास्टर ग्रुप बनाएको छ। यो चाहिँ हामीले सबै डिस्ट्रिक्टको सिइओसबाट हामीले यो नामहरू पाएको थियो, एकदमै राम्रो टिचर्सहरू आउनु भएको छ। अनि यो 118 जुन चाहिँ टिचर अहिले हाम्रोमा छ, वान अफ द बेस्ट टिचर्स अफ whole Sikkim, I can say they are one of the best teachers of whole Sikkim, fully committed छ हामीले वर्कसप गर्दा उनीहरू बिहानदेखि बेलुकासम्म कोही बेला राति 8 बजीसम्म वर्कसपमा बसेर उनीहरू नथाकिकन उनीहरू काम गरिरहेको छ। अहिले पनि फिलहाल वर्कसप चल्दैछ, क्लस्टरमा भइरहेको छ, सिक्किममा पनि चल्दैछ। दे आर all डेडिकेटेड एन्ड भेरी हार्ड वर्किङ। 118 मास्टर ट्रेनर्स हामीले ट्रेन गरेको छ। So when we started this program, first हामीले के गर्यो, we took 212 schools from 106 clusters. हाम्रो 106 क्लस्टर्समा दुईवटा स्कुल छान्यो। सो हामीले पहिला 212 स्कुलमा यसलाई हामीले पाइलट गऱ्यौँ। त्यहाँदेखि यो पाइलट गरिसकेर हामीले यो स्कुल यो प्रोग्राम हामीले लास्ट इयर 25-26मा हामीले क्लास 1 र क्लास 2मा यो प्रोग्राम हामीले एक्सटेन्ड गरेको छ सर। अनि लास्ट इयर चाहिँ हामीले जम्मै 735 स्कुल्समा हामीले यो प्रोग्रामलाई स्टार्ट गऱ्यौँ फर क्लास 1 एन्ड क्लास 2। सो दिस वाज द होल जर्नी। 2022मा निपुण भारतको अन्डरमा हामीले स्टार्ट गऱ्यो। 23मा हामीले यसलाई पाइलटिङ गऱ्यो। 24-25मा हामीले 118 मास्टर ट्रेनरलाई हामीले ट्रेन गरेर उहाँहरूलाई डिप्लोय गऱ्यो क्लस्टरमा। अनि 25-26मा हामीले चाहिँ जम्मै क्लास 1 क्लास 2मा हामीले यसलाई गऱ्यो। अनि अहिलेसम्म हामीले 1100 टिचर्सलाई चाहिँ कन्टिन्यू, इट इज नट अ वान टाइम ट्रेनिङ, हामीले एभ्री 40-45 डेजको ग्यापमा चाहिँ यो 1100 टिचर्सलाई हामीले कन्टिन्यू ट्रेनिङ गराइरहेको छ। अनि इम्प्लिमेन्टेसनमा हामीले अहिलेसम्म के गरेको छ भन्दाखेरि चाहिँ हामीले डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेभलमा 212 मेन्टर टिचर्सलाई 24-25मा हामीले 8वटा डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेभल वर्कसप हामीले अहिलेसम्म गरिसकेको छ। त्यहाँदेखि हामीले 8वटा रेसिडेन्सियल वर्कसप जुन चाहिँ हामीले सिकुनमा, कार्फेक्टारको एसआरडीमा अनि चेमचेमा हामीले गर्दैछ। अहिलेसम्म हामीले 118 मास्टर ट्रेनर्सको लागि चाहिँ 8वटा हामीले रेसिडेन्सियल प्रोग्राम गऱ्यो। अपार्ट फ्रम द्याट हामीले क्लस्टर लेभलमा यो चाहिँ ग्राउन्ड लेभलमा चाहिँ हामीले 8वटा क्लस्टर लेभल वर्कसप गरेको छ 1100 टिचर्सको लागि चाहिँ 2025 र 26मा कन्टिन्यू हामीले 40-45 डेजको ग्यापमा हामीले यो प्रोग्रामलाई गरिरहेको छ। सो हामीले के पायो भन्दा यसको इम्प्याक्ट यो 1 इयरको इम्प्याक्ट हो। सो हामीले 2024को मार्चमा वी ह्याड अ बेस लाइन जहाँ चाहिँ हामीले नम्बरको सिक्वेन्सिङ भन्छ नानीहरूले, हामीले हेर्दा चाहिँ नानीहरूलाई 1 to 100 गर्नु लाउँछ, तर वेन वी फाउन्ड द्याट नानीहरूलाई गर्नु यति सजिलो लाग्दैन। ट्रान्जिसन नम्बर भन्छ जहाँ 19 देखि 20 जानुपर्ने, 29 देखि 30 जानुपर्ने, 49 to 50 जानु, त्यहाँ बहुत दिक्कत आउँदो रहेछ नानीहरूलाई। सो हामीले त्यो टाइममा हामीले देख्यो कि 54% नानीले मात्रै चाहिँ त्यो प्रोपरली 1 to 100 सिक्वेन्समा काउन्ट गर्नु सक्दो रहेछ। त्यहाँदेखि जब हामीले यसलाई मिड लाइन गऱ्यो जुन 2025मा, हाम्रो यो कमी चाहिँ अलिकति घट्यो। अहिले 87% नानीले चाहिँ एटलिस्ट 147 जना आएको छ। अब कति आउनुपर्ने यो कुरा गर्दा हामीले नर्मली नानीहरू अमलामा
गर्ने अलिअलि भन्नुहोस् त 37मा 10 हाल्दा 47 हुन्छ त्यहाँदेखि 3 more गर्दा 50 ओके अरु कसैले भन्नुहोस् अन्जिले भन्नुहोस्
यो भिडियो हामीले 2 दिन अगाडि मात्रै मोडर्न स्कुलमा सुट गरेको हो त्यसमा कुनै पनि हामीले उहाँलाई सर कुनै पनि गफ हुँदैन टिचरहरुको त्यो स्कुलमा यस्तो गरे यस्तो भयो हामी पनि आएर यस्तै गर्नुपर्ने रहेछ यस्तो हुँदै रहेछ भनेर चाहिँ त्यो पोजिटिभ माइन्ड फ्रेम लिएर सबैजना टिचरहरु अस्ति पनि हामी लगेको थियौँ 26 मा अस्ति भर्खरै 2 महिना अगाडि लगेको थियौँ उहाँले ट्रेनभरि सबको गफै त्यही हुन्छ सर हामी गएर यस्तो गर्छ हाम्रो स्कुलमा अब यस्तो गर्ने त्यस्तो गर्ने सो दिस हैज ब्रट अ बिग पोजिटिभ चेन्ज द माइन्डसेट अफ द टिचर्स सर So again we took a group of school heads of 8 nodal schools also along with the district nodal officers हामीले अगस्तमा लगेको थियो सर उहाँहरूलाई पनि हामीले देखाएर त्यो स्कुलको डाइरेक्टर प्रिन्सिपलसँग हामीले उहाँलाई पनि भेटायो अनि यो प्रोग्राम कसरी गर्नुपर्ने उहाँहरूकोबाट हामीले आइडिया पनि लिएर आएको छ अनि द रोड हेड अब हामीले के प्लान गर्दैछ सर अब 26-27 मा हामीले यो प्रोग्रामलाई चाहिँ एक्सटेन्ड गर्दैछ क्लास 3 मा यो वर्षदेखि लास्ट इयर हामीले क्लास 1 क्लास 2 गर्यो सो यो वर्ष हामीले क्लास 3 मा लाँदैछ अपार्ट फ्रम द्याट हामीले 46 PM3 स्कुल छ त्यसमा पनि हामीले प्री प्राइमरी स्कुलमा पनि यो प्रोग्राम हामीले इम्प्लिमेन्ट गर्नु आँटेको छ गर्दैछ हामी थालिसके सर एउटा सिक्किममा फिलहाल वर्कसप चलि नै रहेको छ अनि 26-27 मा अझै हामीले 735 क्लास 3 टिचर्सलाई चाहिँ हामीले ट्रेन गराउनेवाला छ अनि अघि सरले भने जस्तो सेक्रेटरी सरले भने जस्तो डिएलएडको जुन चाहिँ करिकुलम छ त्यसमा पनि डाइटको डिएलएड करिकुलममा यो प्रोग्रामलाई हामीले हाल्ने सो द्याट जो फ्युचर टिचरहरू आउँदैछ डिएलएडबाट उहाँहरूले पनि यो प्रोग्राम पहिल्यै बुझ्यो भने के हुन्छ उहाँलाई पछि घरिघरि बेसी ट्रेनिङ गर्नु पर्दैन भनेर अनि 27-28 मा यो प्रोग्राम हामीले क्लास 4 मा पनि एक्सटेन्ड गर्नेवाला छ अनि 28-29 मा पनि हामीले क्लास 5 सो हाम्रो होल आइडिया छ कि 1 to 5 चाहिँ कम्प्लिट टिचर ट्रेनिङ चाहिँ होस् यो एसएनपी प्रोग्राममा सो द्याट everyone is trained and the performance in the classroom also improves अनि नासको कुरा आउँदा सर हाम्रो एउटा अब प्रमिस त भन्नु सक्दैन बट वी होप द्याट नेक्स्ट नासमा चाहिँ हामी एटलिस्ट टप 10 मा चाहिँ फाउन्डेसनमा चाहिँ हामी आओस् भन्ने हाम्रो एउटा आशा राखेको छ त्यो दिशामा हामी काम गरिरहेको छ अनि अर्को च्यालेन्ज हाम्रोमा डिक्रिजिङ एनरोलमेन्ट छ सर यो पनि हाम्रो मेहनतले या त हाम्रो स्कुलको सबैजना मिल्यो भने चाहिँ हामी सोसाइटी या त एजुकेसन डिपार्टमेन्ट मिल्यो भने चाहिँ हामी स्कुलको एनरोल पनि हामीले बढाउनु सक्छ भने किन यो चाहिँ सरकारी स्कुलमा मात्रै हुँदैछ प्राइभेट स्कुलमा यो प्रोग्राम भएको छैन सो माइट बी बिकज अफ दिस वी क्यान गेट मोर चिल्ड्रेन इन द गभर्मेन्ट स्कुल भन्ने एउटा आशा राख्दैछ सर अनि च्यालेन्ज खास त बेसी छैन सर हामीले सपोर्ट सबैबाट पाइरहेको छ गभर्मेन्टबाट पाइरहेको छ डिपार्टमेन्टबाट सब पाइरहेको छ एभ्री सेक्सन अफ द डिपार्टमेन्ट इज सपोर्टिङ दिस प्रोग्राम सर अब च्यालेन्ज भन्दाखेरि लास्ट इयर सर हामीले 25-26 मा चाहिँ हामीले रेसिडेन्सियल प्रोग्राम गऱ्यो 8 दिनको 8पल्ट गऱ्यो 2 दिने रेसिडेन्सियल प्रोग्राम गऱ्यो त्यहाँदेखि हामीले सर 2 दिने क्लस्टर लेभल वर्कसप गऱ्यो 8पल्ट गऱ्यो सो हामीले एभ्री 40-45 डेजमा गर्दैछ त्यसको लागि हाम्रो एलोकेसन भएको थियो सर 1.6 करोडको एलोकेसन भएको थियो अनि यो पालि हामीले प्रोग्राममा अलिकति एक्सटेन्ड गर्दैछ किन क्लास 1 क्लास 2 को लास्टको प्रोग्राम पनि रहनेछ अनि क्लास 3 मा पनि यो प्रोग्राम थप्दैछ अनि रेसिडेन्सियल प्रोग्राम पनि अलिकति थपेर जाँदाखेरि चाहिँ बजेट अलिकति बेसी हुने भएको छ तर फिलहाल हामीलाई चाहिँ एलोकेसन चाहिँ लास्ट इयरकै एलोकेसन दिने भएको छ सो दिस इज वान मेजर च्यालेन्ज नट अ मेजर च्यालेन्ज अब अलिकति पैसा बढ्यो भने चाहिँ हामीले यो प्रोग्राम स्मुथली गर्नु सक्छ भन्ने अलिकति हामी आशा राख्दैछ सर थ्याङ्क यू सर थ्याङ्क यू भेरी मच सर So we have an interaction with Jodogan Shahji.
Thank you, Rajiv sir, for those valuable insights and initiatives towards strengthening foundational mathematics. It's now my privilege to introduce our next speaker, Saji E.K., the co-founder and director of Jodogan. In Sikkim, working closely with SCRT and the Education Department, Saji and his team have built a special numeracy program that now engages 118 teacher educators across all 6 districts, creating demonstration schools where good practice can be seen, experienced, and spread. So he is here today online with us to share that journey with us and to offer his vision for the future of foundational numeracy in Sikkim. I welcome you, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much. Respected Honorable Chief Minister, Honorable Education Minister, Honorable Principal Secretary, Honorable Secretary Chairperson, respected officers and educators, thank you very much for inviting Jodogan to share about our organization and our work in Sikkim. In the presence of the Honorable Chief Minister and all esteemed leaders, it is an honor to Jodogan. I am E.K. Shahji. We are a non-funded, non-profit organization working in the area of pedagogy of mathematics since 1998. We are a small collective of scientists, mathematicians, educators, and teachers working to improve the quality of education, specifically mathematics. We always believed that it is important to develop children's mathematical abilities and confidence in dealing with the real life problem rather than rote calculation-centered mathematics. This is even more relevant in the context of developments in artificial intelligence and other related developments. We have been involved in statewide primary school programs with a few other states like Punjab, Delhi, Meghalaya. And also we are working with around 1200 plus Kendriya Vidyalaya Sangatana across the country, as well as primary schools in Kerala. Okay, maybe I think I would like to share about our joint goals of foundation numeracy in Sikkim. And the primary goal of the foundation numeracy program in Sikkim, part of Nipun Bharat within guidelines of new education policy, is to eliminate the fear of mathematics. No child should fear mathematics. They should be able to think and solve mathematical problems with a deep understanding and happiness. This is possible through systematic and grounded teacher capacitation processes. In Sikkim, we have collaborated with SCRT, Education Department, Government of Sikkim to develop and implement innovative pedagogical processes for foundational numeracy through the development of a very strong teacher-educator team, which we call State Resource Group. I think as envisioned by our Chief Secretary Telang sir, the Foundation Numeracy program started with developing a carefully selected primary school teachers. Currently, there are 118 from all the 36 blocks. We are working very, very closely with them. They are actively tried out these new pedagogical processes one whole year in their classes, just focusing on understanding the problem. Processes at primary level by strengthening the teacher education processes through a robust ultimately strengthening the teacher capacity will be responsible for any improvement in school education in that sense. Finally, as we all know, factors behind this foundation numeracy program. Firstly, the total commitment and the dedication of the teacher educators, which was really, they worked really hard in order to, implement a new kind of a pedagogical processes. Secondly, the continuous active involvement of SCRT, Diet, and Department of Education. This cooperation and collaboration enabled to achieve something, beautiful. That is, an engaging classroom where children are learning meaningfully without fear, but, what we call happiness inside the classroom. Thank you very much for this opportunity and for your patience. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Saji, for those valuable insights and continued support. Building on foundational learning, language plays a crucial role in the overall development of our children. So I now invite Mrs. Chiringla Mobutia, Additional Director, SCRT, to present on strengthening foundational English.
Good morning, everyone. I seek the permission of the Honorable Chair to make my presentation. My presentation is about one of the major academic initiatives the state has taken with regard to foundational literacy. So I would like to begin my presentation by sharing what we all understand by foundational stage. Foundational stage, as per National Education Policy 2020, refers to the first 5 years of child's schooling. First 3 years of preschooling, preschool 1, preschool 2, preschool 3, and classes 1 and 2. Foundation stage covers 3 to 8 years of child's age. And the foundational literacy and numeracy refers to the child's ability to read and comprehend the text and write, and also do the basic mathematical operations. These abilities are prerequisite to future learning. Children first learn to read and later read to learn. Children who fail to achieve literacy and numeracy skills at foundation stage shall have difficulty in coping up with the curriculum in their later stages of learning or in higher classes, thereby resulting in massive dropouts. However, there is a learning crisis in language and mathematics at primary level. NEP 2020 also recognizes the learning crisis in language and mathematics at foundation stage, and has recommended that ensuring literacy and numeracy should be our first priority with increased focus on it. Children who are left behind, when they fail to attain the basic literacy and numeracy skills at foundational stage, they are left behind, and then this will have negative impact on their attendance, on their retention, and later learning. Considering the importance of foundation literacy and numeracy, and to set the benchmark for it, National Council of Education Research and Training, NCERT, New Delhi, had conducted a survey called Foundational Learning Study, FLS, for class 3, where they assess the competencies of class language and numeracy skills of class 2 across the country. As far as literacy was concerned, the study was conducted in 20 different languages, considering the medium of languages followed in different states across the country. In our state, the language assessed was English, as English is our medium of instruction. The report of the study was brought out state-wise, and as per the report of our state, Sikkim, the major finding was the students lack ability to comprehend the text while they read, and this, we all know, is the core ability for future learning. With this background, and based on the findings of the survey, the study, FLS 2022, we initiated a program which we call Language and Literacy Program for classes 1 and 2, with the academic support of Ajim Premji University, Bengaluru. The main objective of the program was to support the teachers in teaching English language in classes 1 and 2 in their classroom practices, so as to help the students attain learning outcomes, great specific learning outcomes. This program was designed in such a manner that it is sustainable for the state by developing mentor teachers, master trainers and mentor teachers. The mentor teachers in turn would train the teachers who are teaching English language in classes 1 and 2 at block level. Under this program, that is Language and Literacy program, we develop weekly planners. Weekly planners are the requisite lesson plans to support teachers in classroom within their transaction of lesson. This weekly planners guides them in adopting engaging literacy classroom practices with the objective of helping the children attain learning outcomes of grade 1 and grades 1 and 2. Another feature of this weekly planner is the incorporation of continuous assessment of children in alignment to the learning outcomes. The weekly planners guide teachers in classroom, teachers how to practice continuous assessment of children in classroom, thereby facilitating the assessment for learning. Through the continuous assessment, teachers know the areas in which a child or a particular child needs help, thereby making the assessment individualized and continuous. These weekly planners help the teachers to align content, pedagogy, and assessment with learning outcomes so that the objective of teaching language in class 1 and 2 are fulfilled. Another highlight of this program is that these weekly planners are aligned to the textbooks that are followed in the state and woven into the daily English language teaching timetable. So no extra burden to the teachers, as well as there is, no extra time is required. In addition to these weekly planners, the teachers were also provided with supplementary materials like worksheets and TLMs and assessment sheets, which provide a wide range of TLMs and assessment tools for the teachers to adopt while assessing children. Taking the cue from these exemplar worksheets and TLMs, teacher can come up with their own innovative ideas and develop TLMs on their own. This gave them the freedom to adopt their own ideas while referring to the lesson plans that has been given to them. For implementation of this program, we started with creation of the state resource group, whom we called as master trainers. The master trainers they consisted of faculties of SCRT and 3 DIETs, Gangtok, Namche, and Gyaltsing. And then we also had two teachers from Gyaltsing and Namche district. They were PGT, postgraduate teachers. The orientation of master trainers was facilitated by faculties of Ajim Premji University. Then we had mentor teachers at block level. The teachers selected and nominated by district officials were oriented by master trainers as mentor teachers. These mentor teachers were mapped to the blocks, and they took up the training of the teachers who are teaching English language in classes 1 and 2. They are called as mentee teachers. So they were trained by the mentor teachers at block level. The orientation of the teachers, mentor teachers as well as the teachers, was taken up on a blended mode, both face-to-face as well as the online sessions. And it is still continuing. Then we had district and block level officials involved in this program to ensure that the trainings are held properly. We had district officials, we had an official from district designated as a nodal officer from all districts, and block nodal officers, again from block levels. They provided administrative and logistic support during the training programs. The achievements that we have made so far are we have been able to develop weekly planners for grades 1 and 2. And then we have been able to come up with the assessment sheet for fortnightly assessment of the students to be used by the teachers to assess the performance of the students fortnightly. Then we could form state resource group whom we call master trainers. 12 of them are there. As I said earlier, they are from SCRT and DIETS, faculties of SCRT and DIETS. Then we could create a total of 76 mentor teachers, 76 mentor teachers, and then we could orient 735 plus teachers from the schools. Then we could also have this program on a sustainable mentorship model, where we have drawn the mentor teachers amongst the primary teachers who became the mentor teachers, and they can continue to support the teachers at block level. As far as the program is concerned, the teachers have actually appreciated and welcomed the program. As for the way forward, what we are planning to do, to ensure the continuity of children's learning, we plan to upscale it to class 3 this year, that is 2026, and to class 5 and 4 and 5 in 27-28. And also to ensure the proper implementation of the program in schools and for proper monitoring, we are planning to have orientation of block level and cluster level officials such as AEOs and CRCs to monitor the program. Here I have the glimpses of the teachers' training that was held during the program period. We started this program in July 2025. And these are the glimpses of the teaching learning materials developed both by the students as well as by the teachers. And as for the impact of the program on students' learning, teachers have no doubt, they have welcomed and they have appreciated, they are finding it very effective. They are implementing it sincerely in their classrooms teaching. But as for the impact of the program on students' learning, we are yet to see it. It may take 1 or 2 years, so that after maybe 1 or 2 years, we might see the impact on the students' learning. As of now, we cannot say that this has been successful because it is just 7 months old. This program is just 7 months old since we started in July. I'm leaving out 2 months of winter vacations. So since it started only in July 2025, it's too early to say anything about the impact on children's learning. We have been, as I said earlier, we have been receiving very, very good feedback from all the teachers who have attended this training and who have acted as mentor teachers, the teachers who have been implementing these weekly planners in their classroom. Here I have come with, I brought a sample of what the teachers have to say about this program. So I'll leave you all with this video.
Of Mangsabung Primary School, which is under Gazing District. I'm one of the mentors of Language and Literacy Development Program of Yuksam Block, and I'm teaching English in Class 2.
The Language and Literacy Development Program helps children achieve foundational English competencies through well-structured lesson plans and engaging activities aligned with the textbook. Activities like picture reading encourage students to observe, think, and relate stories to their own experiences. Students are supported through scaffolding to express their ideas in writing. while dedicated sections also strengthen listening and reading skills. The program promotes experiential learning through hands-on activities such as origami, making learning enjoyable and meaningful. It also encourages teachers to maintain student portfolios and checklists for continuous tracking of progress. As a teacher, I have prepared individual portfolios and maintained checklists for my students. The inclusion of fortnightly assessment tool helps in regular monitoring, identifying learning gaps, and providing timely feedback and remedial support. Overall, it reduces teachers' workload and ensures a more student-centered and effective learning.
And lastly, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to the Education Department of Sikkim, SCRT and Ajinji Premji Foundation for giving us this opportunity, which do not only help our students with their language and literacy development, but also empowered us as teachers. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Chiring ma'am, for your insightful presentation. Moving on, next we have Mr. Julfikar and Mr. Bijay from Ajim Premji Foundation. Ajim Premji Foundation is a prominent Indian non-profit organization focused on improving school education and strengthen public health systems. The state of Sikkim has been fortunate enough to have been in association with Ajim Premji Foundation and receiving academic support for almost a decade since 2016. The first academic support rendered by the foundation was in reviewing the curriculum of 2-year pre-service DLED course. Since then, SCRT has been continuously receiving support in its major academic endeavors such as development of textbooks for classes 1 to 5, development of syllabus and assessment framework for STET, development of preschool curriculum, and so forth. Hence, today we are virtually joined by Mr. Julfikar and Mr. Vijay. Over to you, sir.
Is it, I had lost the connection. Am I being asked to speak? Hi. Good morning, everyone. My name is Zulfikar. I'm from the Azim Premji University and joining from Bangalore. I head the School of Continuing Education and I'm also the Vice Chancellor Designate of a new campus in, which is a third campus in Ranchi. The Azim Premji University is part of the Azim Premji Foundation, which is deeply committed to the public education system and where we have been working for the last 25 years. At our university, our first university, which has been operating for the last 16 years in Bangalore, and the second university in Bhopal, which has been in operation for the last 3 years. And our new campus in Ranchi begins operations in July of this year. At our university, we have been offering master's and bachelor's programs in education and various undergraduate programs in arts and sciences. We have many diplomas and short courses in this field of education, diploma in education assessment, diploma in early childhood care and education, and diploma in special education. We have had a long relationship, a decade-long relationship with the government of Sikkim since 2016. We started working with the SCRT and DIETS, beginning with the revision of the curriculum for diploma in elementary education. And later we have worked together to contextualize textbooks for the grade 1st and 5th. in English, Maths, and Environmental Sciences. These textbooks have been widely appreciated by the Ministry of Education, with the ministry advising SCRTs across different states to follow the Sikkim example. We've also together developed curriculum for preschool children in the age group of 3 to 6 years. All our curriculum development work is very collaborative in nature, where we co-create materials with teachers and teacher educators. We have been consistently offering short courses in shorter programs in workshop modes for teachers, teacher educators, and educational functionaries. Since 2020, we have been offering such workshops on effective leadership and management, perspective on education, and on as well as exposure visits to the Azim Premji University and our work on the ground in different states, especially the field locations of Uttarakhand. In 2025, a conversation with the DC of Namchi led to a deeper engagement in the aspirational block of Namchi. There, the goal has been to capacity of all teachers in the block. In recent times and looking into the future, we have been having multiple conversations with various officials in the state government, especially with the Principal Secretary, Mr. Sandeep Tambe, and senior leadership of SCRT, Samagra Shiksha, Mr. Chetri, Directorate of Education. And our plan is to deepen our engagement with the government of Sikkim on various fronts. For example, last year, we have co-designed a unique language and literacy program, which just now Madam Shering Bhutia, gave a deep presentation on, so I won't go into its detail. This program has been rolled out in grades 1 and 2 classrooms, and it follows a cascade mentorship model, and teachers have been supplied with rich resource materials. It's very early stage, as Madam Sharing was sharing, but I think the early signs we are getting is that the teachers are seeing visible improvement in the attainment of English language competencies in the students. We aim to extend this program to grade 3 and 5. One of the key concerns that has been coming is to develop a kind of a baseline on literacy and numeracy in Sikkim. So over the last month, a large-scale assessment in the form of a state academic achievement survey has been conducted, where from the Azim Premji University, we have been supporting in developing the assessment framework, the rubrics, the questions for the language and literacy component of the tool, as well as in orienting the field investigators. Currently, my colleagues at the university and the SCRT team together are in the process of analyzing the data, preparing the state and district reports. We hope that the insights from this survey will inform both LLP and other actions in the state of Sikkim. We have also begun work with middle school textbooks revision for English language for grades 6, 7, and 8. Under Parak, we have supported the assessment cell of the SCRT in contextualizing the holistic progress cards for all stages, the foundational, middle, and secondary stages. And a handbook on the HPC has also been created. More schools will be roped in for implementing of the HPC this year. Many other initiatives have been planned in early childhood education, on NCF, and with various induction programs for different faculty and officials. Overall, I can say that our work has been very collaborative and constructive in Sikkim with all the various institutions working in education. We have been very happy with our engagement, and we continue to look forward to deeper engagement with the government of Sikkim. Quite a few officials have signed up for our various diploma courses. We would invite many more officials to sign up for our various diploma programs, which I'm sure will help strengthen the education sector capacity in the state of Sikkim. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable insights and continued support. Thank you, sir. The British Council is the United Kingdom's international organization for cultural relations and educational opportunities. It works in over 100 countries to build connections, understanding, and trust between people worldwide. The Department of Education is exploring the possibility of collaborating with British Council in the field of teacher education. So today we shall be joined by Dr. Dibanjan Chakravarti, Director, British Council, East and Northeast India, and Ms. Tanya Sabarwal, Director, Business Development, India, Nepal and Sri Lanka. So let's welcome them, please.
Hello. Can I just check whether I'm audible? Thank you. First, a very big thank you to the government of Sikkim, and especially to Honorable Chief Minister and his leadership team for welcoming the British Council. I will give a little bit of a context to the British Council and our work in Sikkim in recent times, and then I'll hand over to my colleague Tanya. The British Council is the UK's international organization for education and culture. We are present in over 110 countries worldwide, and you'll be pleased to know that India is the largest operation of the British Council in the world. In India, we are set up in two ways, and this is to comply with India's laws on taxation. So I work for the diplomatic side of the British Council, which is called British Council Division, which is part of the British High Commission network in India. And the British Council Division is present in 4 metro cities. We are headquartered in Delhi, but we are present in Chennai, in Mumbai, and in Calcutta, Kolkata. And the Kolkata office looks after the whole, all the eastern, northeastern states. We have had some really deep engagements with Sikkim before the pandemic. And this was primarily facilitated by the Ministry for Development of the Northeastern region. And we work closely with the ministry's support in Sikkim in English language teacher training, but also across the entire education space. We have had delegations, education and ministerial delegations to the UK at the Education World Forum in 2018 and 19. The British Council worldwide works in 3 major areas. The first one is English and schools, and my colleague Tanya will get into some of the details of the work in English and schools and we work in arts and culture, and the big focus in arts and culture is on creative economy and in festivals. The third area of work, which may not be very pertinent to this education conversation, but we can take it up later, which is in higher education. And this has 2 broad components. One is on research partnerships, and the second is on opportunities for students to study in the UK, scholarships, etc. However, there is a third emerging area which is possibly of interest to the Sikkim government, and I'm parking this with Honorable Chief Minister, which is the establishment of international branch campuses of British universities. As you may already know, the largest number of international branch campuses in India, facilitated by NEP 2020 and subsequent legislations, are from the UK. Currently, 9 of them are already in various stages of operation, and at least a few more are in the pipeline in terms of operating in India, setting up campuses and facilities for students to access international quality education in India. I briefly mentioned our work in English and schools. From the diplomatic side, the focus of our English and schools work is in the policy and systemic change space and in research and insights. Our approach is informed by national education policies outlining framework on mother tongue based multilingual education. We are working very closely with NCRT to embed a framework that enables teachers across the country to use bilingual and multilingual pedagogies. And I think one of the previous presenters mentioned that. So we are very happy to have that conversation in the context of Sikkim. So these need to be highly contextualized. I'll give a couple of examples of where we are working. In West Bengal, we are using this particular methodology to reach out to teachers in the government sector through the West Bengal Education Department, School Education Department's platform called Ujjivan Charcha, which is an entirely online based teacher education model. We are working with Microsoft. It's a partnership that we have, not at the school level. It's a partnership in English language training for technical students in engineering colleges and in ITIs, so that they have a basic level of competence in English that enables them to work in employment contexts. One of the things that I heard one of the presenters mention earlier was the impact, the research and impact on the social attitudes towards this obsession with English medium instruction that many parents have. Again, we have a wealth of research and insights into this. We had a very large project in Bihar several years earlier, and that project from that project we have a research called Parental Attitudes Towards English in Bihar. And this research is available online, freely downloadable. And if you could share your email IDs with me, someone from the education department, I'll be very happy to share that. I will end with three big ideas from British Council division before handing over to Tanya. The first one is around school leadership support. We have a project called UK India Education Research Initiative, and supporting leadership in schools is a primary focus of that. So we could talk about that in detail after this. We work with several state governments in very close partnership for a program that enables outstanding students at the higher education level to access short courses in the UK. It's called the SCOUT program. It stands for Scholarships for Outstanding Talent in Higher Education. So the SCOUT program is something that we could explore for students in higher education in Sikkim. And the third one, as I mentioned, we could support Sikkim government to pitch to UK universities who are planning to set up campuses in India. And I think having worked in Sikkim earlier, before the pandemic, and I must confess that we haven't worked since the pandemic because our model of engagement has changed. I know that Sikkim has a big focus on medical education, on pharmaceutical industries. So either research focused partnerships in these areas with British universities or campuses in British universities, we could certainly take these ideas. We have also, and this is just outside the 3 or 4, also currently in West Bengal, to set up digital libraries and digital walls that allow students from the public libraries across the states to access content from the British Council that's freely available. and it includes English language content, among other things. Thank you for all your support, and I'm particularly pleased to see so many of our institutions that we have worked with in the past or are acquainted with. JPAL, I've worked with JPAL in the past in assessment and evaluation, EKSTEP, Jodo Gyan, Azim Premji University. It's fantastic to see colleagues from these institutions here. Over to you, Tanya.
Thank you so much, Dr. Dipanjan. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, I certainly can.
Wonderful. Thank you. So good afternoon, everyone, Honorable Chief Minister, respected Education Minister, the leadership team, and esteemed members. My name is Tanya Sabirwal, and I serve as the Director of Business Development at BC Education India Private Limited, the commercial arm of British Council UK in India. Now, there's a structural distinction in India because of the British Council's diplomatic division and our entity due to tax and status considerations. Although we operate as a revenue-generating entity, our core mission continues to be not-for-profit, focused on advancing education and skills across the schools, higher education, government, and the corporate sector. In the recent years, we've had the privilege of working extensively with state education departments across India. Our collaborations include partnership with the Department of School Education in Union Territory of Lakshadweep and Tamil Nadu School Education Department, where we've delivered teacher training programs focused on English language proficiency and pedagogical skills. In the higher education space, we've partnered with the Department of Higher Education, Government of Punjab, to train over 3,300 students across 65 colleges on English for employability. We also closely work with IIT Delhi, IIT Mumbai, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, besides many private universities and engineering colleges. In Bangladesh, we've been working with the United Nations Development Programme, UNDP, on their Future Nations project, where we've successfully delivered over 60,000 language learning courses, supporting youth readiness for employability skills. Honorable Chief Minister, sir, we believe there is significant potential to collaborate with Sikkim to strengthen the education ecosystem. British Council can support in areas like teacher capacity building, enhancing English language proficiency and pedagogical skills of primary and secondary school teachers through a structured training and certification approach, and also with young learners aged 16 and above on English language and IELTS preparation. On the higher education side, we can equip students especially on English language communication and workplace skills aligned to global standards. We'd be honored to partner with your government to design and implement high-scale programs that align with the state's priorities. Thank you for your time and concentration.
And may I just end with one quick word that we are very happy to visit Sikkim should the ministers feel that there is a need for it. So I'm parking that with everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Dipanjan and Ms. Tanya, for your insightful inputs and your plans to partner with us. Thank you. To take us through the initiation under PME Vidya with a special focus on science and mathematics, may I now invite Dr. Shantiram Adhikari, Director SCRT, to give his presentation, please.
SCRT सिक्किमद्वारा सुरु गरिएका इनिसिएटिभ्सहरू पहलहरूको दुईटा पहलहरूको चर्चा भर्खरै मात्र भएको छ, स्पेशल न्युमरेसी प्रोग्राम र ल्याङ्ग्वेज एन्ड लिटरेसी प्रोग्राम। म अरू दुईटा पहलहरूको बारेमा एससीआरटीले सुरु गरेका अरू दुईटा पहलहरूको बारेमा चर्चा गर्न यहाँ उपस्थित छु। सम्माननीय मुख्यमन्त्री महोदयको अनुमति लिँदै अनि यो विज्ञ सभ्य अनि यो भव्य उपस्थितिलाई नमन गर्दै म मेरा कुराहरू अगाडि बढाउन चाहन्छु। पहिला पिएमई विद्याको बारेमा म केही कुरा राख्न चाहन्छु। PME Vidya is a comprehensive multimodal digital learning initiative which is started by Government of India. यो सुरुमा कोभिड-19 को लकडाउनको टाइममा सुरु भएको थियो, जब स्कुलहरू बन्द थिए, नानीहरू स्कुल जान पाइरहेका थिएनन्। त्यति बेला नानीहरूको सिक्ने क्रम जारी रहोस्, उनीहरू पढाइ लेखाइमा पछि नपरुन् भन्ने ध्येय राखेर यो सुरु गरिएको थियो। सुरुमा 12वटा च्यानलबाट सुरु गरेको PME विद्या अहिले मल्टिमोडल भाइब्रेन्ट प्लेटफर्मको रूपमा साबित भएको छ। मल्टिमोडल भन्नाले यसमा टिभी पनि छ, 200वटा DTH टिभी च्यानल्सहरू छन्। यसको अन्तर्गत जतिवटा टिभी च्यानल्सहरू छन् त्यतिवटै युट्युब च्यानल्सहरू पनि छन्। अनि PME विद्याको एप पनि छ। नानीहरूले सिक्न खोज्ने नानीले टिभी हेरेर पनि सिक्न सक्छ, एप हेरेर पनि सिक्न सक्छ, अनि युट्युब च्यानलबाट पनि हेर्न सक्छ। यसको विशेष ध्येय किन सुरु गरियो त PME विद्या भन्दाखेरि चाहिँ दुई प्रकारले यसले विद्यार्थीहरूलाई हेल्प गरिरहेको छ। एउटा, यदि नानी कुनै कारणवश स्कुल जान सकेन, स्कुल बन्द भयो, लामो छुट्टी भयो, नानी बिमारी भयो, स्कुल जान सकेन भने नानीले फ्रम द कम्फर्ट अफ हिज होम आफ्नै घरमा बसी PME विद्याको टिभी च्यानल या युट्युब माध्यमबाट आफ्नो पढाइलाई अगाडि बढाउन सक्छ। अर्को कुरा, स्कुल जाँदैछ नानी तर बुझेको छैन केही कुरा भने उसलाई एडिसनल लर्निङ सपोर्टको रूपमा PME विद्याले सपोर्ट गर्छ नानीलाई। सो यो मल्टिमोडल लर्निङ प्लेटफर्मको रूपमा अगाडि बढिरहेको छ। यो मैले अघि भनिहालेँ 200वटा टिभी च्यानल्सहरू छन्। यसमा म सम्माननीय मुख्यमन्त्री महोदयलाई र यो विज्ञ उपस्थितिलाई जनाउन चाहन्छु कि हामीलाई सिक्किम राज्यलाई 5वटा च्यानल दिइएको छ र त्यो 5वटा च्यानल चाहिँ भाग्यवश एजुकेसन डिपार्टमेन्ट अन्तर्गत SCRTले हामी रेगुलेट गर्दैछौँ। हामी कन्टेन्ट डेभलप गर्दैछौँ सर। कन्टेन्ट डेभलप गरेर हामीले यसमा हाल्दैछौँ। क्लास 6 को अहिले चाहिँ फोकस हाम्रो क्लास नयाँ टेक्स्ट बुक आएकोले गर्दा क्लास 6 को टेक्स्ट बुकमा आधारित कन्टेन्टहरू बनाएर हामीले यो यसमा हालेको छौँ सर। अनि अहिलेसम्म हामीले 24-25 मा 20वटा कन्टेन्ट बनाएर हाल्यौँ भिडियो लेसन्स। अहिले 25-26 को दौरान 150 भिडियो लेसन्सहरू हामीले बनाएको छौँ। भिडियो लेसन्स बनाउनेमा हामीलाई सहयोग गर्ने हाम्रो टिममा SCRT को सब्जेक्ट एक्सपर्ट पनि हुनुहुन्छ, डायटबाट सब्जेक्ट एक्सपर्ट पनि हुनुहुन्छ र शिक्षा विभाग अन्तर्गत ल्याङ्ग्वेज सेक्सनमा कार्यरत सब्जेक्ट एक्सपर्टलाई पनि लिएर हामीले एउटा दर्बिलो भरपर्दो बेस्ट सब्जेक्ट एक्सपर्टको एउटा टिम बनाएको छौँ। उहाँहरूलाई लिएर हामीले दिल्ली पनि गयौँ, CIET NCERTमा हप्ता दिनको उहाँहरूलाई क्यापेसिटी बिल्डिङ पनि गरायौँ, ट्रेनिङ पनि दियौँ र उहाँहरू पोख्त सशक्त ट्रेन भएर आउनुभएको छ र हामी यसमा राम्रो भिडियो कन्टेन्ट, उत्कृष्ट भिडियो कन्टेन्ट बनाएर हालिरहेका छौँ। यसमा अगाडि म के भन्न चाहन्छु भने सर, हाम्रो कन्टेन्ट कन्ट्रोल हाम्रो छ। हामी कुन क्लासको लागि के कन्टेन्ट दिने, कुन दिन कुन सब्जेक्टको कुन चाहिँ च्याप्टरको भिडियो जान्छ भन्ने कुरा हामी तय गर्छौँ। तर त्यो टेलिकास्ट गर्ने टेक्निकल पार्ट चाहिँ विशाग गान्धीनगरले विश्वेश्वरैया इन्स्टिट्युट अफ स्पेस एप्लिकेसन एन्ड जियो इन्फर्मेटिक्स भन्ने एउटा राष्ट्रिय स्तरको इन्स्टिट्युट छ, उनले कन्ट्रोल गर्छ। र यसमा हामीले राम्रो भिडियो बनाएर प्रस्तुत गरे बापत हामीलाई विशाग गान्धीनगर र CIET NCERTले हामीलाई सिक्किम हेज बिन प्लेस्ड अमङ टप 10 स्टेट्स विच आर प्रोड्युसिङ भेरी हाई क्वालिटी भिडियो कन्टेन्ट। र यसको लागि म यो सभामा यो कुरा राख्न पाउँदा म प्रसन्नताको अनुभव गरिरहेको छु र इट इज अ बिग राउन्ड, मतलब एउटा प्रशंसा हो हाम्रो लागि, सिक्किमको लागि। अघि कुरा भएको थियो, हामीले पहिला तयार गरेका क्लास 1 to 5 सम्म लेखेको टेक्स्ट बुकको पनि राष्ट्रिय स्तरमा चर्चा भयो सर। मिनिस्ट्रीले अरू स्टेटलाई पनि सिक्किमको टेक्स्ट बुक हेरेर त्यस्तै खालको टेक्स्ट बुक बनाउने कोसिस गर्नु भनेर एउटा एडभाइजरी जारी गरेको थियो भने अहिले पनि हाम्रो भिडियोलाई देखाएर यस्तो खालको भिडियो बनाउनु भनेर अरू स्टेटलाई भन्दै गरेको सुन्न पाउँदा हामीलाई खुसी लाग्छ। हामी गर्वले हाम्रो छाती फुलिएको छ। बिग कङ्ग्रेचुलेसन टु टिम SCRT एन्ड एन्टायर डिपार्टमेन्ट एन्ड इनफ्याक्ट एन्टायर स्टेट गभर्मेन्ट। अनि म यसमा सम्माननीय मुख्यमन्त्री महोदयलाई हाम्रो आभार व्यक्त गर्न चाहन्छु, कारण यो कार्यक्रमको लागि हामीलाई बजेटमा 35 लाखको प्रावधान राखिदिनु भएको छ। त्यही पैसालाई युज गरेर हामीले कम्ती खर्चमा उत्कृष्ट प्रोडक्ट हामी दिइरहेका छौँ र यसलाई हामी अलि अगाडि बढाउने, अब भर्टिकल र हरिजेन्टल हामी सबै क्लासको लागि भिडियो बनाउने, सबै सब्जेक्टमा बनाउने, त्यसमा हामीलाई अलिकति एउटा भिडियो रेकर्डिङ गर्ने, एडिटिङ गर्ने मान्छेको टेक्निकल सपोर्टको चाहिँ हामीलाई अलिकति खाँचो परेको छ र त्यो विषयमा हामीलाई अलिकति सपोर्ट पायो भने अझै राम्रो हामी काम गर्नेछौँ सर। अनि लास्टमा म सबै डिस्ट्रिक्ट अथोरिटीहरूलाई र यहाँ उपस्थित सबै विज्ञजनहरूलाई आन्तरिक हृदयबाट के अनुरोध गर्न चाहन्छु भने यो भिडियो सबै स्कुल्सहरूले, सबै नानीहरूले, सबै टिचर्सहरूले हेरिदिउन्। उहाँहरूले हेरिदियो भने के फाइदा हुन्छ भने उहाँहरूको लर्निङ लेभल बढ्छ, हार्ड स्पर्ट्स उहाँहरूले के बुझेको छैन त्यो बुझ्नु सक्नुहुन्छ, स्कुल जानु नपाउँदा घरमै बसेर पढ्नु सक्नुहुन्छ, अनि रिभिजन गर्नु सक्नुहुन्छ, रिमिडियल लर्निङ गर्नु सक्नुहुन्छ, लर्निङ अचिभमेन्ट अगाडि बढाउनु सक्नुहुन्छ। प्रोक्सी क्लासमा टिचर छैन भने यो भिडियो स्कुलले चलाउन सक्छ। टिचर्सहरू म्याटर्निटी लिभ, प्याटर्निटी लिभमा जानुहुन्छ, विन्टर भ्याकेसन हुन्छ, समर भ्याकेसन हुन्छ, नानी बिमारी हुन्छ, स्कुल जान नपाउँदाखेरि फेस टु फेस लर्निङ नभइरहेको अवस्थामा यो भिडियोलाई चलाएर नानीले आफ्नो लर्निङ अगाडि बढाउन सक्छ। र यसको आउटकम के हुँदैछ भने इट इज कन्ट्रिब्युटिङ टु सुनौलो, समृद्ध अनि समर्थ सिक्किम, जो सम्माननीय मुख्यमन्त्री महोदयले दिनुभएको भिजन छ, त्यसमा यसले सहयोग पुर्याइरहेको छ। कसरी भन्दा इट इज हेल्पिङ इन इन्क्रिजिङ इनरोलमेन्ट, इट इज हेल्पिङ इन रिड्युसिङ ड्रप आउट, इट इज अल्सो हेल्पिङ इन ब्रिङ्गिङ मेन स्ट्रिमिङ आउट अफ स्कुल चिल्ड्रेन। र यो प्रकारले यहाँ काम भइरहेको छ र विभागले विभिन्न प्रकारका नयाँ योजनाहरू सुरु गरेर म अहिले अलिकति के भन्न चाहन्छु भने सम्माननीय मुख्यमन्त्रीको अनुमति लिँदै, विभागमा पहिला पनि पहल त नभएको होइन, पहल हुन्थ्यो, तर यस्तो खालको टप टु बटम सम्माननीय मुख्यमन्त्री महोदयको निर्देशनमा र माननीय मन्त्री महोदयको मार्गदर्शनमा विभागका सबै डिरेक्टोरेटहरूले टपदेखि बटमसम्म सबै अहिले फोकस भएर क्लासरुम टिचिङ लर्निङ कसरी बढाउने, स्कुली शिक्षाको स्तर कसरी राम्रो पार्ने र कसरी राम्रो उच्च स्तरीय शिक्षा स्कुललाई गभर्मेन्ट स्कुलमा दिने भन्ने जुन चाहिँ पहल भएको छ, यो अभूतपूर्व छ। यस्तो सबै मतलब पहिला कहिले पनि यस्तो भएको थिएन र यसमा हामी पनि लागि पर्यौँ र हामी सबैले एउटा टिम एजुकेसनको एउटा सदस्य हुँ र म सोल्जर हुँ भन्ने प्रकारले काम गरियो भने मलाई लाग्छ अबको 3 देखि 5 वर्षमा गभर्मेन्ट स्कुलमा इनरोलमेन्ट बढ्नेछ, प्राइभेट स्कुलबाट नानी निक्लेर गभर्मेन्ट स्कुलमा पस्छ जस्तो मलाई लाग्छ। तर एउटा हिन्दीमा भनाइ छ कि न अंदाज से न आगाज से, न अंदाज से न आगाज से, कोई कोशिश कितनी कारगर है वो पता होता है उसकी अंजाम से भन्छ सर। र हामीले अन्जाम राम्रो दियो भने हाम्रो कोसिस राम्रो भयो भने अन्जाम खेर जाँदैन। र यति भन्दै म पिएमई विद्यामा हाम्रो सिक्किमको टिमले पिएमई विद्यामा के काम गरेको छ भन्ने कुरा भिडियो मार्फत देखाउने म कोसिस गर्नेछु। थ्याङ्क यू।
Nestled in the lap of the Himalayas, Sikkim is a land of unparalleled beauty, but its rugged terrain has historically posed a challenge, ensuring equitable, quality education for every child. To bridge this geographical divide, the PM e-Vidya initiative was envisioned, a masterstroke unifying digital, online and on-air education. Recognizing the transformative power of digital learning, the state government has put new life into this mission. In a landmark event of the Teachers' Day of 2025, the Honorable Chief Minister of Sikkim, Shri Prem Singh Tamang, formally launched the revitalized PM e-Vidya program, pledging that no student would be left behind. The vision rapidly turned into action. A dedicated task force of local teachers, subject experts, and faculty members of SCERT Sikkim tirelessly worked towards reaching this goal. Their collective efforts resulted in a remarkable milestone, the development of 150 high-quality curriculum-aligned educational videos, accessible anytime and anywhere.
Do you enjoy playing games? Have you ever played a game where winning or losing depends entirely on luck?
Table you can see here. This is also there in the book. Book mai bhako. Yes, suppose this book mai cha. So first of all, regular polygons.
So this is the simulation that we'll be doing. Here you can be a little bit clear. You will know how and why the plant is facing or bending in that way.
Among these, the most famous was the Harappan or Indus Valley Civilization, also known as the Indus Saraswati or Sindhu Saraswati.
Today, we are going on an adventure to discover the sun's amazing energy, explore why forests are so important, and dig into the world of soil, rocks, and minerals.
Today, the digital divide is closing. From the bustling streets of Gangtok to the quietest valleys in the remotest part of Sikkim, the best teachers are now right at the students' fingertips. Schools are now using the videos of PM eVidya as a part of their daily curriculum for complementing teaching, as a resource for students missing school due to illnesses, and also during proxy classes when teachers are on leave. The vision of Sunaulo, Samriddha and Samartha Sikkim becoming a reality through the delivery of quality education for all.
I would also like to take permission of Honorable Chief Minister, sir, to talk about another initiative that SCRT Sikkim has started, that is Special Program for Science and Mathematics. SCRT has started a special program to strengthen the teaching of science and mathematics in schools through academic collaboration with Indian Institute of Science and Research, Science Education and Research, ISER Pune. The name of the program is iRise, that is Inspiring India in Research, Innovation and STEM Education. The initiative focuses on capacity building of middle and secondary level science and mathematics teachers by empowering them with innovative, inquiry-based, research-oriented, and activity-driven pedagogies in alignment with the vision of National Education Policy 2020. A key objective of the program is not only to enhance classroom teaching, but also to inspire teachers to actively engage in research, innovation, and STEM initiatives. As per the recent survey that we had conducted, recent वर्षहरूमा विगतका केही वर्षहरूमा क्लास 11 मा साइन्स र म्याथमेटिक्समा एडमिसन लिने नानीहरूको सङ्ख्या घट्दै गइरहेको जानकारीमा आएको छ सर, र यो ट्रेन्डलाई पनि एरेस्ट गर्नको लागि पनि यो कार्यक्रम हामीले लन्च गरेका हौं सर. सो अहिलेसम्म हामीले मोर देन 1200 भन्दा बेसी साइन्स र म्याथमेटिक्स टिचरहरू मध्ये हामीले 791 म्याथमेटिक्स र साइन्स टिचरलाई ट्रेन गरिसकेका छौं. ती मध्ये 63 जनालाई चाहिँ स्पेशल केआरपीज जसलाई इनोभेसन च्याम्पियन्सको नाम दिएको छ, र अरु रहेका करिब 400-500 टिचर्सहरू हामी अब ट्रेन गर्नेछौँ यो वर्षमा. र यो प्रोग्रामको खासियत के छ भने यो प्रोग्राम एन्टायरली आइसर पुनेले फन्ड गरेको छ. हामीलाई केही पनि उनीहरूको कस्ट बियर गर्नु परेको छैन. अनि ट्रेनिङ मात्रै नदिएर उनीहरूले हाई क्वालिटी एक्टिभिटी गर्ने टिएलएमको एउटा प्याकेट पनि प्रत्येक ट्रेनीलाई दिइरहेका छन्. करिब 3000 to 5000 को कस्ट पर्ने, मिनिमम 3 to 5000 को कस्ट पर्ने एउटा किट्स पनि उनीहरूले दिइरहेका छन्. र इट मे बी मेन्सन हियर द्याट, अब यत्रो दिँदैछ भने अब आइसर पुनेको बारेमा पनि अलिकति भन्नै पर्छ होला. इट मे बी मेन्सन हियर द्याट इन्डियन इन्स्टिट्युट अफ साइन्स एजुकेसन एन्ड रिसर्च आइसर पुने इज वान अफ द अर्लिएस्ट एन्ड द मोस्ट रेप्युटेड अटोनोमस public university dedicated to excellence in science education and research. Established in 2006, ISER Pune is one of the 7 ISERs and was one of the first ISERs to be established along with ISER Kolkata. We'll now watch a short video showing glimpses of the key activities and highlights from the workshop.
Over the last year, iRise has built a strong partnership with SCRT Sikkim. It strengthens science, mathematics teaching through inquiry-based, activity-rich approaches. The core intent is simple: support the teachers to move from only content-focused teaching, but more to explore how students can think, ask better questions, and build evidence-based explanations. This can only be done keeping the classroom realities in mind. And this entire idea aligns perfectly with academic philosophy of NEP. Now, at this point, iRise has already conducted a lot of workshops in different districts of Sikkim, and we are really glad that it has already engaged more than 700 teachers across districts through structured workshops and follow-up planning. It is not only focused in certain parts of Sikkim, but it has contribution from all districts of Sikkim, and it is not restricted to a single central part, but rather gets adopted into different parts of Sikkim in different schools and by different teachers. Moving ahead, embedding the cascade pathways, deepening classroom implementation, and building a clear roadmap so that these activities translate into visible changes in student engagement and learning outcomes.
After this training, we are going to enter the same classroom. We are going to say it is the same subject, but with a different pedagogical strategy. So that is the takeaway that we are taking from this workshop.
So with this, I come to the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Shantiram sir, for your powerful and insightful presentation. Ensuring that no child is left behind is central to our mission. Based on this theme, I will be presenting on two interrelated topics, inclusive education and dropouts. So with due permission of the chair, I would like to start my presentation on inclusive education first. Next. Where's it? Let's first understand what inclusive education is. Inclusive education is a system where children with and without disabilities study together in a regular school with necessary support and accommodation. And it's been governed by Right of Persons with Disabilities Act 2016, that is RPWD Act, and the Guidelines of Rehabilitation Council of India, that is RCI. Sir, RPWD Act recognizes 21 disabilities and also has a provision for benchmark disability certification. Meaning that, sir, कुनै पनि नानीले after assessment disability card certificate पाउँछ, तर if the disability is more than 40%, then he becomes eligible to avail all the government facilities. Moving on, let's understand the support systems in inclusive education. Here, I would like to focus on special educators. They are the backbone of inclusive education. They are the teachers with DLED or BEd in special education. They are TET qualified, they are RCI certified, and then they have many roles and responsibilities, but the main responsibility is to do preliminary screening at school level. Next important support system are the professionals, which includes doctors and technicians. After school level assessment, students are referred to these professionals who conduct the assessment and then issue disability certificates with percentage. And needless to say that general teachers are the ones who are one of the important support system, as they are the ones who make the classroom inclusive through adaptations. Moving on to physical support system, Sir, barrier-free access are an important support system for orthopedically challenged students. And resource rooms, again, are very, very important, as these are the rooms where remediation, counseling, and therapy of children with special needs is done. So in Sikkim, we have a total of 1,146 number of children, out of which 1,020 are school-going and 126 are home-based. And as per the disability-wise analysis, there are 17 disabilities found. And apart from visual, hearing, and locomotor disabilities, there are 4 prevalent disabilities. And they are cerebral palsy. So we call them Sape Nani. They cannot walk and even speak properly. However, they have good intelligence and उनीहरूलाई कुनै पनि टास्क दियो भने उनीहरूले एकदमै religiously गर्छ. Next is specific learning disabilities. They have good IQ but have problems with reading, problems with writing properly, and even struggle with doing basic calculations. उनीहरूले अझै आफ्नो जुत्ताको लेसहरू पनि लाउन सक्दैन. They cannot tuck their buttons properly. However, they are very, very creative and talented in the field of art and music. And we can take the example of director Aditya Dhar, who has created Dhurandhar movie. He is also a dyslexic. Moving on to intellectual disability, we call them slow learners. Sir, their mental age is lower than their actual age, but when they are given proper training on vocational skills, they become experts in that skill. Moving on to autism spectrum disorder, they cannot socialize, they cannot make eye contact, and even are highly sensitive to sound and light. However, some of them have very good memory power. यतिसम्म हुन्छ कि उनीहरूले कुन बुकमा कुन पन्नामा कुन चाहिँ डायग्राम छ त्यति डिटेलमा पनि उनीहरूले मेमोराइज गर्न सक्छ. So that is the ability of an artist. So here what I would like to say is हामीले नानीहरूको disabilities त देख्छ, but if we look at their strengths and plan interventions accordingly, maybe we can help them live an independent and dignified life. Moving on with interventions. So to address the shortage of special educators, direct recruitment of special educator was done last year. Accordingly, we have a total of 75 special educators as of now, but we have 49 vacancies yet to be filled. And so through Samagra Shiksha, we have 33 resource rooms as of now. 565 schools have ramps with handrails, and 342 schools have CWSN-friendly toilets. And at national level, NCERT has developed school-level digital screening app called Prasasta app. So this was actually launched in the year 2022. However, due to some technical glitches, it could not be materialized. The NCERT have now revisited and have come up with an upgraded version called Prasasta 2.0. And in this regard, in the month of February, 5,000 and more HOIs, teachers, and special educators have taken the online training, and the process of screening has already begun in our schools. Also, sir, last year, Department of Education introduced Project Setu. This project is an initiative of Delhi-based NGO called Empathy Bridge Foundation and has been implemented in 3 phases. First phase is over, where 10 schools from 3 districts were piloted. Now moving on to outcomes. So with these interventions and support systems, there is a significant increase in the number of children with special need appearing board exams. So earlier the trend was most of our CWSNs used to drop out after class 7 or 8. But now we can see that in 2023, there were 15 of them who had appeared for class 10 and 12 board exams. And now in this year, 2026, 47 have written their board exams. And also, sir, our CWSN are even advancing to higher pathways. Like, sir, out of total 122 students who appeared for the board exams in past 3 years, 88 are pursuing higher studies and 7 are already into job. Further, sir, one student, Ms. Anju Chetri from Suntale JHS, has been selected under Chief Minister Merit Scholarship Scheme and is pursuing her studies in Chief Minister Model School, Assam Lingze. This is for the first time. And from Project Setu, digital database of 1,146 children with special needs has been created, and accordingly their IEPs will also be created, that is individualized educational program, which will help us monitor their progress. Regarding challenges, sir, there is dearth of qualified special educators in the state. So despite of advertisement we did last year, we could not get applicants. Next is, sir, disability screening boards in only 4 districts. And it's needed in Pakyong and Soreng districts too. Screening boards are authorized to do the assessment and issue disability certificates. However, we have these screening boards only in 4 district hospitals, that is in Mangan, Singtam, Namchi, and Gezing. So just like Soreng and Pakyong ko नानीहरुलाई चाहिँ assessment गर्नु आउनु चाहिँ टाढो पर्छ. Next is a shortage of RCI certified clinical psychologist. Intelligence quotient, that is IQ test of children with neurological and developmental disabilities, is done only by the RCI certified clinical psychologist. But in Sikkim, there are only 3 psychologists as of now, and they are posted at STNM, multi-speciality hospital. Just like Garda sir, from district, if the students have to do IQ test, then they have to come all the way to Gangtok. Next challenge is, sir, as I said, resource rooms are one of the very important support system in inclusive education. We have only 33 resource rooms as of now, so it's an inadequate number of resource rooms. So moving ahead with future plan. So as per NEP 2020 mandate, early identification is very important. As per NEP 2020 mandate, early identification is very important. So digital screening of all the students to process the app will be done in a mission mode and will be completed by June 2026. Next, sir, we want to propose for a dedicated vocational center with employable skills and hostel facilities, because, sir, most of the children with developmental disorders cannot do well in academics, but can excel in vocational skills. So such provision in the state will help them develop employable skills and may help them in them live an independent and dignified life. NEP 2020 also mandates one special educator per school. However, there is lack of awareness amongst people regarding special education as profession. So awareness regarding special education on need-based disabilities will be taken up during orientation programs. We also want to propose for 63 resource rooms. We have one in each senior secondary school. We have 33 as of now. So if we can have 63 more in each and every senior secondary school, that would act as a strong support system for our children with special needs. And also, sir, we would like to scale up Project Setu to all schools across the state. So with this final slide on future plan in regards to inclusive education, I would like to switch my presentation on to next topic, that is dropouts. So NEP 2020 targets achievement of 100% gross enrollment ratio from preschool to secondary level by 2030, ensuring that no child is left behind. So in regards to this, a systemic survey of dropouts under Mission Maya, that is Mission for Adolescent and Youth Advancement, was conducted in Namchi under the leadership of Madam Anupa Tamling, District Magistrate, Namchi District. It was done in a convergence mode, and the objective was to identify and provide a tailored support for rehabilitation and reintegration of the dropouts. As per the data of Mission Maya of past 3 years, a total of 302 children have dropped out from school system, and also reflects the growing trend of dropouts from 74 in 2023 to 133 in 2025 in Namche district alone. So which is of great concern and needs immediate intervention. And as per the survey under Mission Maya, the most common reason for dropout apart from economic hardships, special needs, and infrastructural barrier is family-related factors like broken homes, drunkard parents, and illiterate parents. Hence, in response to this emerging concern, a strategy has been devised through a structured 5-stage process framework. The first is, in the first stage, CEOs will develop a mechanism to identify the dropouts through school records, MS Portal, UDICE data, and document the data in district dropout registry, which will be shared with district child protection units. As second step, DCPUs will do survey at ground level through home visits of each and every child, and then prepare social investigation report. Then these dropouts, as per the social investigation report, will be categorized as per their vulnerability group, and then a need-based rehabilitation planning will be done. For example, if dropout needs health service, will be forwarded to health department for further course of action. And the fourth step is reintegration, where the dropouts through bridge courses and counseling services will be reintegrated into schools. And finally, after reintegration, retention till class 12 has to be ensured. So monitoring and case tracking will be done through the monitoring and case tracking format. And finally, the way forward is that the Education Department, Women's, Child, Senior Citizen and Divyangjan Welfare Department, Skill Development Department, Sikkim Inspires are collectively preparing joint guidelines which will be completed in a few months and will be implemented across schools in the state. Thank you. So I have been referring to Project Setu during my deliberation. Project Setu is a transformative initiative by Empathy Bridge Foundation to enhance the inclusive education system with the help of minimal use of technology to empower children with disabilities across Sikkim. Project Setu helps in screening, creating case study, and creating IEP, that is Individualized Education Program for children in all 21 disabilities. So may I now request Mr. A. Vijay Sarathi, who is the CEO of Knowledge Bridge Consulting Incorporated, for an online interaction, please.
Good morning. Can you hear me? Okay. Okay. Honorable Chief Minister, Sandeep sir, and distinguished guests, good morning from San Francisco. I just wanted to add one quick fact about bio. I was born in 1968. It might be interesting for some people. It is a genuine honor to work alongside the people of Sikkim, a beautiful state and even more beautiful people. Teaching children is one of the most demanding professions in the world. Teaching children with special needs is many times more difficult. These special educators deserve our deepest respect and our full support. This is our vision for next 3 years. Over the next 3 years, we are committed to do the following. In the year 1, we are going to focus on rehabilitation of the children with special needs. In year 2, we're going to shift our focus on skilling them, preparing them to function independently, and giving them the vocational training. In year 3, this is our ultimate goal. We want to focus on prevention. We want to reduce the number of children with special needs who are born. Yeah, we want to make sure that we are not in the business of rehabilitation if you can reduce the number of children with special needs. One of the most exciting things we will be doing in Sikkim would be establishing a center of excellence in Sikkim that will focus on research, developing best practices, and supporting the special educators. Finally, I want to tell you one more thing. Currently we work in 7 states, 6 very, very large states along with Sikkim. For prevention stream, Sikkim plays a unique and critical role. Remember, I talked about we want to focus on prevention. The factors that contribute to children with special needs are many, many factors. One of the big factors is environment. Because of Sikkim's clean environment, high per capita income, it is an ideal control group. In the research that we are planning on doing, Sikkim plays perhaps the most important role in this aspect. Our goal, our aim, to make Sikkim as a model state from which the entire country can learn. It is a privilege to serve along with you in this work. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Moving on, we now move towards innovative models in education. I now invite Colonel Ujjwal Khatewara, Director, Chief Minister, Model Schools, to present on the CM Model School Initiative.
Can we put it on slideshow, please? With kind permission of the Chair, under the visionary leadership of the Honorable Chief Minister, sir, the CMMS initiative is a strategic step towards building human capital for a Viksit Sikkim through quality school education. In the year 2009, the government of Sikkim promulgated the Chief Minister's Special Merit Scholarship Scheme. The scheme entailed identifying the best students from all over the government schools, the toppers of the class 5 board examinations, as also the toppers of the state level selection test were sponsored for pursuing education up to class 12 through various public schools within and outside the state. The focus was primarily on admission opportunities rather than institution building. Though well-intentioned, the approach had inherent limitations. It was observed that the students studying outside Sikkim faced significant adjustment challenges related to weather, language, food, and culture. Monitoring of their academic progress was extremely difficult. It was also observed that there was very low progression of these students into professional courses after they completed their class 12. Overall, the returns were not commensurate with the investment. More recently, under the visionary leadership of the Honorable Chief Minister, sir, the government of Sikkim promulgated the Sikkim Model School Act 2025, which provided for establishment of a chain of model schools which are to be centers of excellence. These schools are to be government aided fully autonomous school under the control of the model school board, of which the respected chief secretary of government of Sikkim is to be the chairperson. These schools are mandated to be exemplars in innovative education and are supposed to set benchmarks for other schools to emulate. These schools are to be fully residential, providing free education, including boarding, food, and uniforms. The pilot project has been running in Assam Lingje for the past 1 year. Within 1 year, we have made significant progress. The standard operating procedures have been formulated, the systems have been streamlined. We are imparting holistic education to our students through the 4H framework, wherein we are maintaining balance between the intellectual, the emotional, physical, and practical development. Each student is expected to engage in one outdoor sport, one hobby, and one vocation. We have a meticulously structured and a meticulously planned daily routine in place with strong emphasis on discipline and punctuality. We've been able to create an ecosystem conducive to learning. The second batch of 65 students have joined this academic year, taking the total student strength to 123. So we have class 6 and class 7 running currently. At the same time, large-scale infrastructure upgradation is underway under the aegis of Engineering Cell Education Department. We've been able to modernize our kitchen through the grant in aid allocated to us. We are in the process of developing a school pipe band. We are also setting up a state-of-art science, technology, engineering, arts, and maths lab with an aim to impart experiential learning to our students in the various skill modules like artificial intelligence, coding, rockets, satellites, digital thinking, embroidery, a total of 12 skill modules out of about 300 out of about 30 that has been identified by the CBSE. We are also in the process of setting up a 10-meter indoor shooting range as per the National Rifle Association technical specification. We intend to prepare our students for the 2036 Olympics in the 10-meter air rifle and pistol event. To ensure holistic development, we have introduced life skills and vocational education. Our students are already learning carpentry, electrician trade, and thanka painting. The sketch pencil drawing that you see on the screen, sir, it is drawn by one of our students. We have also introduced life-saving skills as per the directions of the Honorable Chief Minister, sir. We've had 2 workshops so far, one immediately after the announcement by the Honorable Chief Minister and one few days back with the help from the medical authorities, the health authorities from the primary health center. We've introduced moral science subject into our curriculum. There's a lot of emphasis being given to yoga. Towards this end, we have organized a 3-day workshop with the help of Art of Living last year as well as this year for 100% of the students. This year, the workshop is followed by a 40 days challenge wherein the students are doing yoga every day PT time for about 40 minutes, and the aim was to instill yoga as their daily lifestyle. We are also giving exposure to our students in digital and financial literacy. Our students are adept in Microsoft Office. Each student has opened an email ID to strengthen their financial literacy. We're giving workshops to them through the resource persons from the banks. And we've also opened saving accounts for each student in the State Bank of India. The aim was to get them to the banking system early in life and instill the habit of saving. And sir, you'd be glad to know that many of our students, they have been receiving cash awards, which I'll be showing in the next slide, and they are actually crediting the money into that account. So that is how we're trying to work on their overall development. We're also giving a lot of focus, as brought out by various speakers during the conference, soft skills and personality development through group discussions and mess etiquette, stable manners, and with strong emphasis on English communication skills. The efforts have already begun to yield results, sir. These are some of the notable achievements. The list was quite long, so I had to get down only the better ones. In the Science Olympiad examination, 2 of our students, they stood second and third in the entire Northeast zone, sir. And there was a total of 14 students who got the gold medals of distinction and 9 who got gold medals of excellence. In the National Science Day celebration, sir, which was conducted in the Science and Technology Center, our students stood third out of 18 schools in the quiz and the model exhibition. In the field of sports, students are doing reasonably well. In the district level Asmita Athletics meet in Gangtok on Pakyong, our girls won 7 gold, 5 silver and 2 bronze medals. In the state level Namo Marathon competition, which was held last year, September, in the under 12 category, our students stood first, third and fourth, that was the girls, and one of our boys stood fourth. We are preparing one student for the National Taekwondo competition in the Pumse event, and we have achieved 100% student enrollment into the students, into the Scouts and Guides. Honorable Chair, what makes these achievements special is all these achievements has happened with just a pool of 58 students in class 6. So we intend to take this ahead, sir. I take great pride in informing the House that our school has already has figured in the February edition in a very renowned national education magazine, Careers 360. And I also would like to share with the House that we're getting a lot of queries from various students, various parents of students who are actually going to quite renowned public schools also. They're saying, how exactly can we get into it? So the results are already visible, sir. The reverse influx has already begun, sir. So we plan to take this ahead further, sir. Now, I would like to apprise the chair that we are fully prepared to scale up the CMMS initiative, wherein additional schools are to be established. In Higathang, the school infrastructure is nearing completion and is likely to be handed over by the Social Welfare Department within this year. We will be in a position to operationalize the school in February 2027, sir, and all preliminary preparations are underway. Likewise, in February 2028, we will be in a position to operationalize the Namtang school, sir. Our focus would be to replicate the CMMS DNA, the institutional culture and ethos that have been developed in the pilot project in the last 1 year, with strong and robust monitoring and quality assurances. Equally important is the community outreach to build confidence across the district so that parents are willing to send their children to even remote locations like Higathang. To give an example, for parents who are residing in Gangtok, they should be willing to send their students to us. The Higathang school is spread over an area of 3.5 acres. It has futsal ground and a basketball court and a multi-purpose hall amongst many other facilities, sir. And the quality of construction is quite good, sir. In the past 1 year of implementation, we have had our share of challenges, particularly in staffing due to the residential nature of the CMMS. We have very few government teachers and non-teaching staff who are willing to serve in the CMMS. In order to meet these challenges, it is recommended that a dedicated CMMS cadre be created. Likewise, we be permitted to carry out contractual hirings. With this, I come to the end of my presentation, sir. I shall present a small video clip which has been specially prepared on this occasion, sir.
Thank you, sir, for sharing those impactful practices and initiatives in CM Model School. It's now my pleasure
Honorable सरको पर्मिसन लिँदै म नामथाङ ब्लकबाट बिलोङ गर्छु र सर यो सीएम स्कलरसिपको नानी सबैभन्दा बेसी सिक्किमबाट नामथाङ ब्लकबाट आउने गर्छ र यसपालि के भयो भने नामथाङको एउटा भालुखोप भन्ने स्कुल प्राइमेरी स्कुलबाट एउटा भेजिटेरियन नानी आसन लिङ्जेमा एडमिसन भयो तर त्यहाँ चाहिँ के भएछ भने सर अब प्यारेन्ट्सको रिपोर्ट अनुसार चाहिँ भेज र नन भेज किचन एउटै छ अरे त्यसले गर्दाखेरि त्यो नानी चाहिँ नन भेज मलाई गनायो भनेर 3 दिन खाना नखाएर फेरि ब्याक टु नामथाङ सिनियर सेकेन्डरी स्कुलमा फेरि ब्याक गएर एडमिसन गरेको छ र यो सर अलिकति मैले चाहिँ भन्न खोजेको चाहिँ त्यहाँ भेज र नन भेज पनि अलग अलग भए अझ राम्रो हुन्थ्यो भन्ने मेरो एउटा सानो सुझाव छ।
Thank you, sir, for your feedback. I want to apprise the house. You bhake kuro. You know what I want to highlight is the child was really smart. He actually could convey what you are just trying to convey the house. So we have an arrangement wherein there is absolute, demarcation between vegetarians and non-vegetarians. Now, it would really not be practical to have two different kitchen for vegetarians and non-vegetarians. अन्त मैले उहाँको पेरेन्ट्सहरूसँग पनि अन्तर्क्रिया गरेँ अन्त उहाँहरूलाई मैले अवगत गराएँ कि यो प्रक्रिया छ हाम्रोमा एन्ड कोइन्सिडेन्टली जुन चाहिँ मेस टिचर इन्चार्ज र मेस इन्चार्ज बोथ आर प्योर सुपर प्योर भेजिटेरियन एकदम प्रणामी खालको होइन सो दे वर द्याट डिमार्केसन इज देयर बट इट वुड नट रियली बी feasible to have a different kitchen for vegetarians. That was the stand of the school. And there were other reasons also that the student did. It was primarily the father of the child who was not very happy parting with his son. किनभने एक्लो छोरा रहेछ अनि त्यसो गर्दा उहाँ चाहिँ it was more because of the emotional reason. And मेरै अफिसमा अब आमा र बाबाको दुईटा कुरा थियो. आमा was desperate that the nani he stays there. बाबा वाज लाइक होइन मेरो एउटै मुटुको टुक्रा कलेजाको टुक्रा कसरी यहाँ राख्नु म लाने भनेर सो फर्स्टली आई हेड टु काउन्सिल देम फर्स्टली यु हेभ टु मेक अप यर माइन्ड इज इट बिकज अफ दि इज इट बिकज अफ यर इमोसनल रिजन द्याट यु वान्ट टु टेक यर चाइल्ड अवे or is it because of the food reason? So in my opinion it was former, and it was, I can only confirm that because we have similar students in the previous batch also. She is Akriti Davari, so she has similar culinary habits wherein she has pure vegetarian, so that thing is being taken care of.
So thank you, sir, for sharing those impactful practices and initiatives in CM Model School. Moving ahead, it's my pleasure to introduce Ms. Shobhani Mukherjee, Executive Director of Jamil Poverty Action Lab South Asia. Shobhani leads JPA's largest regional office, working with over 200 staff and partnering closely with governments across India to embed evidence into policy making and scale programs that improve lives at scale. Her work spans critical areas such as education, gender, and employment, and she has co-authored with leading economists and Nobel laureates, including Abhijit Banerjee and Esther Duflo, on large-scale evaluations in foundational learning, many of which are now being scaled to reach millions of children in India and beyond. Beyond JPAL, Sobini serves on multiple global advisory and governance bodies and continues to play a key role in shaping how evidence informs policy and practice across sectors. So please join me in welcoming Ms. Sobini Mukherjee from JPAL.
Thank you very much. I hope I'm audible to everybody. Thank you. Good afternoon to all, Honorable Chief Minister, Honorable Ministers, Secretary Education, and all officers and participants. Thank you for inviting JPAL South Asia. I am Sobini Mukherjee and I'm based out of Delhi. I've been with JPAL for the last 18 years now. We are honored to bring our experience to Sikkim and support your efforts to strengthen education in the state. I also commend the government for all the efforts it is taking as presented in today's discussions. It's truly wonderful to see that. JPAL, or the Poverty Action Lab, is a global research organization, and we are headquartered at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. And our work is at the intersection of research, policy, and practice to ensure that policy is informed by rigorous research. And our co-founders, as Madam said, Professors Banerjee and Duflo received the Nobel Prize in Economics in 2019 for this work. And in the last 20 years, more than 850 million people and children have been positively impacted by the scaling up of evidence-backed programs tested by JPAL. We partner with various governments across India and with the central ministries and leading researchers across the world and in India to generate rigorous evidence and learnings on what works, and then help put that evidence into action by identifying and defining policy challenge, co-designing and testing solutions, and scaling evidence-based programs. We also work on strengthening monitoring and evaluation capacity of states that we work with. Our research and policy work spans across several sectors, including health, but education, climate and energy, women-led development, and firm and growth and employment. So in education, our research focuses on uncovering the most impactful strategies for getting more children into school and learning. And we're committed to advancing evidence-informed approaches that empower individuals to thrive and contribute to the challenges of our time. The evidence base that we have currently in education, it covers about almost 280 evaluations across the world of education programs across more than 44 countries. In India, we work with more than 20 states and central ministries with deep institutional partnerships in a few states like Tamil Nadu, Punjab, Odisha, Bihar, Gujarat, and a few others. And we've set up an education evidence lab in Karnataka. And beyond research partnerships, we also offer trainings for government officers, including a course that is on the IGOT platform. It's called the Case Studies on the Use of Data and Evidence for Governance. It's hosted on the IGOT platform, translated into 5 languages, and completed by over about 106,000 officers across the country, which talks about the fundamentals of evidence-based policy making. So in terms of what we would love to contribute to Sikkim from our today's discussions, Sikkim presents a distinct context with quite complex system-level challenges, which are not driven by a single factor and may require a combination of different kinds of approaches rather than one single intervention. So across the work spanning education that JPAL has done, we've got evidence across the entire education life cycle, from early childhood to foundational learning, to middle school strengthening, and more recently on the use of technology to support personalized instruction and adaptive learning. And we've been engaged closely with our partners in doing both the research, synthesizing the evidence across these programs, across different contexts, with multiple evaluations over the last 2 decades, showing improvements in foundational literacy and numeracy, particularly for children who have been behind grade level. So a quick overview on the evidence from our work, if I may. From our research, we have seen that low learning can persist even with adequate resources when instruction is not aligned to the child's learning levels and when the pedagogy does not adapt to what the actual learning needs are. And amongst the body of evidence that we have, there's one called the Teaching at the Right Level, a pedagogical approach that has been developed by the nonprofit Pratham, Pratham Education Foundation that works across India that aims to build foundational skills in math and reading for all children before exiting primary school. So we've evaluated it across the last decade, and it's been very impactful in bringing children up to grade level foundational literacy and numeracy, and it's now being adopted by many state governments across India, more than 20 states, I believe, and it has also expanded to internationally to Africa and Latin America. Similarly structured, we have activity-based approaches such as game-based learning for early years math curriculum for 4 to 6-year-olds that has been adapted by JPAL in collaboration with quite a few organizations in India. And we are working with a few state governments, including Delhi, Karnataka, a few other states. What this does is it strengthens children's innate number and spatial abilities and links them to formal skills through this game-based approach. And is again showing huge potential to improve foundational numeracy and is being scaled to several states through partners. We also have recent evidence from educational technology programs. So technology adapted learning from government schools that show personalized learning. Technology works when implemented well, but the investment decision should be what we deliver, the delivery model that we are putting in place, not just the platforms to procure, and the time the students spend on the platform, how teachers are teaching, tracking student learning outcomes, dedicated lab assistants, the related infrastructure. So these are some of the learnings we have from the EdTech work that we've done, and we've done about three different models have been explored now so far and across a few states. So on teacher development, again, we find that teacher training on its own often has limited impact unless it translates into changes in the classroom practice, and it's reinforced through ongoing coaching and instructional support throughout the year, rather than a one-off training program. And again, we have some nuanced evidence on what are the best approaches around this. I was hearing the presentation around dropouts. So we have ongoing research now on girls who have dropped out of school without completing grade 10, and exploring mechanisms right now on their reintegration and completing grade 10 and tracking their future pathways for education and employment. So now, while these approaches that I've mentioned have shown promise, and these have been backed, in many cases are being scaled with governments across multiple contexts, a consistent learning that we have from the work we've done is that the effectiveness of these depends heavily on how they've been adapted to the local conditions and implemented within the existing systems. So these are almost challenges that require a system level response rather than a single program or input. So just to conclude very briefly, at this stage, we see 3 immediate ways where JPAL could be helpful in South Asia. Firstly, we are very happy to synthesize this global body of evidence that we have that I just talked about, more than 280 evaluations, into concise policy-oriented briefs that are related to the challenges that you're facing. So whether it's foundational learning, strengthening public school systems, teacher support and instructional practices, programs to address dropouts and reintegration, and so on. And then before suggesting any solutions and testing solutions, because we think of us as evaluation partners and we also engage for the long term, we want work alongside to sort of co-develop and test some of these. We would also love to sort of do a deep dive and with the different parts of the education system and stakeholders, academic, administrative, school level, to deepen our understanding of what more that we can bring to the table. And this helps identify what's already working in the state, what constraints are most binding, so that the interventions can be designed and tested accordingly, which are more grounded and feasible. So based on the above, we would love to work with your government to explore what already exists that can be adapted from the evidence base, what still needs to be tested. So any new innovations that we can bring or partners are working on, that you're working on, we can evaluate, whether it's through designing and testing pilots or connecting with different experts, our international and locally based India-based researchers. We have more than 1,000 researchers we work with, and then supporting adaptation of these evidence-backed programs. So I'll conclude here by saying we are very excited with this opportunity to work alongside your government, anchored in your priorities, and we would be happy to take this forward in a way that is useful and aligned with the state's direction. Thank you.
Thank you so many, ma'am. Moving ahead, now it's my pleasure to invite Ms. Smita Agarwal. Smita Agarwal is an education sector professional with 3 decades of experience in working with public schools and improving quality of learning for all children. She has held leadership positions in Sarva Shiksha Abhiyan, American Indian Foundation, and Tata Steel CSR, and created large-scale models which have won national and international recognition. In Sikkim, she aims to focus on quality of learning in primary schools towards improving learning outcomes for all the children. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Smita Agarwal, please.
Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Good afternoon and my respect to Honorable Chief Minister, Honorable Education Minister, Principal Secretary Mr. Sandeep Tambe, and all esteemed officials in the room and all the partners who are present in this meeting. Thank you for having me here. It's a great honor and a great privilege to be a part of this meeting. I will briefly introduce myself in addition to what has been said, that I have spent the last 3 decades in working with for improving schooling conditions for underprivileged children and working at scale. So basically in India, we believe that unless we can really work at scale, nothing will really change. So we have created scaled up programs in multiple states. All of these have been in collaboration with the government, with the public schooling system. So it starts with the premise that public schools are the only, public schooling system is the only way to reach education to every last child in the country. Private schools work on a profit motive and the model is very different. So, and even if you look at the Right to Education Act, it gives children the fundamental right to free and compulsory education, which also brings us back to the point that public schools have to be strengthened and public schools are the only way to reach education to every last child in the country. So I have worked in at least 10 states where we have worked with public schools, and the schools have started off being in very difficult conditions, as we know that not only Sikkim, but schools in many states have struggled. And the learning is the biggest issue. Learning is almost like a crisis across the country. So this is something that we have to fully focus on. And I have had the opportunity to work in multiple states and bring about very, very significant changes in the learning outcomes of children, especially in Sarva Shiksha. But I would just like to mention that in 1 decade of my work with Tata Steel, CSR, Tata Steel Foundation, we worked at the level of 6,500 schools, reaching 1.4 million children in very difficult states, tribal states of Orissa, Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh, West Bengal, and very difficult terrain challenges, great impoverishment, and very poorly functioning school system. And over a 10-year period, we have been able to make these are measurable improvements seen between a baseline and an end line. And these programs have won recognition both at the state level, at the national level, even at the international level. In fact, in 2021, this program with Tata Steel got the Apex Education Award of the Ministry of Corporate Affairs in the aspirational area of education. We were adjudged the best education program in the country. So with this kind of experience, I hope to bring the same kind of transformation along with all the colleagues and all the other partners that are working in the state of Sikkim. I'm sure we can make this happen. And if we look at the 2030 Sustainable Development Goal number 4, I think Sikkim is poised to meet that goal of achieving universal elementary education, and we have still 4 years to go, and we should be working towards that. Let me come to, I have been engaging with the Sikkim schools and data for the last almost 4 months. And in the month of January, I made a visit to Sikkim. I went to visit the schools in Mangan. It was not a school time, it was vacation time, but interacted with teachers, with a lot of staff, saw several schools in Mangan and Gangtok district. And what I found was exactly what has been shared in the presentations, that the system in Sikkim it has many strengths. I would just like to read a few lines from my notes in the school in Mangan district. I had been to the school called Tingra, and it was a beautiful building with very well organized. Even in the peak of winter, the school did not look like it was neglected. It was looking very well kept, and there was a digital room with smart classes, with tabs, with library, which looked functional. I looked at the books, very well selected books for teachers and children. There was display racks in most places. Libraries don't even get used, but here it was very clear that children were reading these books. We also saw the midday meal kitchen, very well organized, neat and clean, very nicely, a dignified way for children to sit, not just like sitting on the floor and all, which you see in many other states. The toilets were clean. There was even spaces for children with disability to easily visit the toilet, the sports. Everything was extremely heartening. And this was the situation with all the other schools also that I saw. So what is the missing part here? The missing part, of course, is the enrollment for certain reasons has dipped down, as was shared in the very first presentation. And for some reasons, children have moved to private schools. So the point here is that they may have moved to private schools, but there's a certain category of private schools that provide good quality education. But a lot of the private schools do not perform very much better than government schools. So one has to take a careful look at what is really driving children to go to private schools, and what can we do with the government schools? What are the changes that we can make in the government schools? So given the fact that the schools are so well equipped in terms of infrastructure, teacher availability, and resources, what is it that is missing? According to me, what is missing and what needs to be changed is the classroom. The change has to be brought about inside the classroom. Already Sikkim is doing a lot in terms of that, as has been presented by various colleagues in the previous presentations. But it is very clear that if that part can be changed, if the daily transaction between teachers and children, which is where learning happens, if that can be transformed, we have nothing to stop us from literally becoming the first state in the country to achieve universal quality of learning for all. So, and when we have, when the school, when the, so we, many, it is, the road-based memorization methods have been mentioned by many colleagues already, and that is where the entire problem lies. We have to shift the classrooms from the road-based memorization methods to the current modern research-backed learning methods that have been used across the world, across the developed countries, I would say. A lot of research has taken place in learning in the internationally, but somehow it has bypassed the schools, the Indian rural schools. And the idea is to bring that learning, those methods into the classrooms. So, and this is what we aim to strive towards. So I would now just briefly like to share what I aim to do, how I aim to support the state in making this change happen. We're looking at a three-pronged effort. One is, basically solved within the context of quality of learning. So we are looking at making an assessment, a clear-cut assessment of the learning deficit that children are carrying in the fields, in the subjects of language, which is English and mathematics, starting with the primary level. And as we know that children keep progressing to higher grades, and if they have not been able to master the basic competencies of grades 1 and 2, they are not able to engage with their grade level curriculum. And they just sit in class, they cannot even read their books, and they keep going to higher classes. They even go to middle schools and high school, and still are unable to engage with their curriculum. So that is what ultimately it results in deep levels of non-learning, and it carries almost all the way even to college. So the idea is to start with fixing the foundational learning deficit. Even at higher grades, if children have not been able to master them, they may go to their regular classes, but they will, through a learning enrichment program that I propose to initiate as a pilot, we hope to help children fix the basic learning deficit so that they can start engaging with their grade level curriculum and bring in a new pedagogy, embed and first demonstrate and then embed a new pedagogy in the classrooms, which is scientific, research backed, and child centric, so that teaching and learning process that I was talking about becomes very vibrant. Teachers enjoy teaching, children enjoy learning, and it all becomes a very exciting, the classroom becomes a very exciting place. And this transformation can be brought about in a very short space of time. Even within a period of 6 to 8 months, one can see a great jump in children's learning levels. So this is one thing that we aim to achieve. This would be backed with working with communities, strengthening school management committees, which is an important part of the Right to Education Act. How we can strengthen the school management committees, and through that, how can we engage with parents and to start supporting the school, to start really playing their role in the school. There is a clear-cut role envisaged in the RT Act for the SMCs. How can, I'm sure they are doing that already, but how can that be made more effective so that the school becomes a hub in the village, which is being supported by the SMCs, by the parents, and then going forward by the panchayats. So the school, the education becomes an agenda of the entire community. And when this happens, when this starts to happen, so at one end, we are looking at bringing a technical expertise inside the classroom. At the other end, we are looking at the community rallying around the school, the SMCs and panchayats really supporting the schools. And the whole picture then starts to change. And all this will be done in the context of the private schools. So even that context will be taken into account, that what is it that is drawing parents to private schools, and how can we make a shift. Actually, parents at the end of the day just want good learning for their children. They don't care whether it's private schools or government schools. When the government schools start performing and becoming very vibrant, the whole scenario that the state is struggling with at the moment can easily turn around. So this is the whole aim and goal of this program. And finally, I would like to say that the academic monitoring is a very important thing. I mean, I would say that how we support teachers in adopting a new pedagogy, how they are going to make a shift from something they have been used to for the last several decades to a completely new way of teaching and learning. This needs very careful and very regular monitoring and support, which would come from all levels of the education system, right from the cluster to the block, the SCRT. And how this will happen is something that is going to be planned and put in place. And so that anyone who visits the school at any level of the education system will be playing a role in energizing the school, in supporting the teachers, and in making sure that children's learning is going on track. So with this, I would like to say that we start with a small pilot in a couple of blocks. And then once we start seeing the results, the outcomes, the learning outcomes, which is actually looking at improving learning outcomes, not for a few, but for all children in a very measured, in a measurement-based way. And then when we see the results of, if we are able to achieve good results in the pilot, then we can quickly, in a structured and time-bound way, expand it to one district and then eventually, hopefully, to all schools of the state. I would like to end my talk with this. Thank you very much for having me here.
Thank you, Smita ma'am, for your valuable inputs. Education goes beyond academics. It also includes the well-being of our children. On this theme, I now invite Srimati Anugraha M. Rai, Additional Director, School Education, to present on health, safety, wellness, and values.
Good afternoon to everyone. With the permission of the Honorable Chairperson, today I'm going to talk about 4 important aspects which strengthen students' life: health, safety, wellness, and values. Through presentation, I'm going to highlight what Education Department is doing for better health, safety, wellness, and values of our students. Students are spending nearly 6 hours in a day in school. School is their next home. Teachers are their parents, and friends are their siblings. It is our duty to look after their physical and mental well-being. The students are from different backgrounds. Their physical and mental growth are different. Education Department under Government of Sikkim are doing regular health checkup of all students with the school health team from Health and Family Welfare Department. Students under the age of 5 years are getting DPT vaccinations, and students of 10 years and 16 years are getting diphtheria and tetanus vaccinations. During health checkups, if any students are found with medical issues, then they will refer to district hospitals or to STNM hospitals for further treatment. Training is already given to 2 teachers of government schools and designated as Health and Wellness Ambassador, who looks after the health program at schools like distribution of iron folic tablets, deworming tablets, routine health checkup, and others. Health and Wellness Ambassador are taking classes from classes 6 to 12 on 11th theme of School Health and Wellness Curriculum, which is prepared by NCERT. The department has assigned 1 period in a week for health and wellness class. This is one of the very important scheme of our department, and we are very grateful to our Honorable Chief Minister, sir, for introducing Baini scheme in the year 2022. And Sikkim is the first state in India to start this important initiative for girls' health and dignity. Baini scheme aims to promote menstrual hygiene among school-going girls by providing free sanitary napkins in government school from classes 8 to 12, because of which attendance of girls have improved and girls' dropout rate has gone down. To break the taboo, the Health and Wellness Ambassador are encouraging the boy student to give the sanitary napkins to the girl student, which is creating a healthy environment in the classroom. School is the second home for students, and safety of student is matter of concern. Students are the best messenger in the society as well as at home. Regarding awareness on safety, nodal teachers have been appointed in all schools who conduct mock drill on earthquake, landslide, fire, and glove. Every month, all schools conduct mock drills, and send the report to the district education office. DO sends the compiled report to headquarters, and final compilation is done by headquarters, and the report is sent to National Disaster Management Authority and Ministry of Education, Government of India, New Delhi. Fire extinguishers have been installed in all schools. Nodal teacher, staff, and senior students have been trained. Such a type of preparedness really helps to face the natural disaster. Life-saving skills. As per the direction of our Honorable Chief Minister, sir, in the last coordination meeting, Education Department have started the life-saving skill training to the teachers of government and private schools. Doctors have already given the hands-on training to nodal teachers as a master trainer, and they have been training the staff and students of the respective schools. So, every year the nodal teacher will give the basic life-saving skill training to the students, so in times of need, the student can save themselves and others too. Mindfulness and meditation initiative have implemented in all government schools of Sikkim in collaboration with the Heartfulness Education Trust, Hyderabad, to overcome the day-to-day mental stress, anger, and to manage it peacefully. Heartfulness Education Trust, Hyderabad, have structured curriculum for classes 6 to 9 and from classes 10 to 12. 1,028 teachers have been trained and practicing the meditation with the students, for which one period in a week is assigned as meditation class. Teachers are doing meditation sessions too. Meditation is not only helping students in concentration in their studies, but it is also helping the teachers to manage their stressful life. Students' behavior are changing. They are more calm and patient. They have learned to manage emotions, especially anger, anxiety, fear, and develop positive thinking. To keep the student mentally and physically fit, yoga have been introduced as one of the subjects in all government schools of Sikkim. Teachers have been trained and yoga is being practiced in all schools. One period in a week is assigned for yoga class. 825 teachers were trained for 21 days in batches. We have included the teachers from monastic and Sanskrit parsalas too, so that all schools will have one certified yoga trainer in all government schools of Sikkim. Since 2016, our students are participating in National Yoga Olympiad, which is organized by NCERT. And in the year 2018, our senior and junior category girls got the gold medal, and in 2023, the girls got the gold medal in junior category. So, here we can see the outcome of all these programs. The students are doing well in their studies. Academic performance have improved. After doing regular health checkup and taking iron folic tablets on every Monday, anemia in girls students have reduced. Through counseling, meditation, and yoga, students have become more focused, confident, emotionally strong, and have improved their performance and overall well-being. So Sikkim, we have already started this distribution of free sanitary napkins to the girl students from classes 8 to 12. But as per the Supreme Court verdict of January 2026, now we need to give the sanitary napkins to the girl students of class 6 and 7 too. And so we have a plan to conduct special yoga seminar in the coming days to enhance better performance of our students and yoga trainers. So student guardian concept is implemented in all schools of Sikkim, which is helping in bonding between teachers and students. And teachers can check the students' attendance, their performance individually, and give them and and they can share the problems, and the teachers can give the individual care to the students. So, thank you.
Thank you, Anu ma'am, for highlighting this important dimension. Now I would like to invite Ms. Pritha Chaudhary, who is associated with E-Step Foundation, which is a philanthropy committed to digital transformation at a population scale. To this end, the foundation has seeded several initiatives that generate public goods, promoting inclusion, equity, development, and the empowerment of people. In addition, the foundation supports and has been involved in collaborating knowledge exchange and co-creating the adoption and creation of digital public goods and digital public infrastructure in a diverse range of use cases that empower individuals and communities. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Pritha Chaudhary from E-Step Foundation. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, madam. I just wanted to check if I'm audible. Thank you. Thank you very much. First of all, good afternoon to everybody present, and thank you for inviting E-Step here. Honorable Chief Minister, Honorable Minister, Honorable Chairperson, Dr. Tambe, dignitaries from the Education Department, all participants. It's a great privilege for me to be here. So thank you once again. I'm going to take about 5 minutes to talk about E-Step and about what we have that we think can put into what the Education Department has a vision for in Sikkim. So I'm just going to take about 5 minutes to talk about that. But before that, I also want to thank all the presenters who came before me. I think what was on view was just the energy and the intent with which the education ecosystem is working in Sikkim. So that's fascinating to see. My name is Pritha Chaudhary. I function as the Chief of Strategy for the AXL program at E-Step Foundation. E-Step Foundation is a non-profit. We are based out of Bangalore. It was started in 2015 by Nandan Nilekani, Rohini Nilekani, and Shankar Marwada. Basically, the team that started E-Step is essentially the team that built Aadhaar, UPI, Diksha, and so forth. So the focus of E-Step has always been on creating population scale sort of solutions for sort of large scale societal issues. And E-Step takes a sort of digital public infrastructure approach to this. What I mean by that is that while we focus on technology-enabled solutions, technology is not the primary component of what E-Step does. We believe that all of these solutions have to be sort of safe, inclusive, open for use to everybody, and really focused on the problems, right? And to that end, E-Step has been working in a wide range of areas, right? From livelihoods to agriculture, to education, to early childhood, and so on. The foundational sort of reason why E-Step came to exist is actually foundational literacy and numeracy. That was the initial reason it was started before we kind of branched out into other things. And that continues to be a central mission today. And the AXL program is sort of E-Step's offer in that area. AXL stands for Assisted Language and Math Learning. And it essentially grew out of this issue that is quite widespread and quite deep, right? It's felt by people in many states, internationally as well, which is that a lot of children in our schools are not at grade level, right? And This is despite the best efforts of the system, of educators, of teachers, of administrators, and so forth. And there could be multiple reasons why that happens. What we've seen, as we sort of went into classrooms, through the program, is that we saw a lot of children who were sort of behind in the class, and they were anxious. They were unable to participate, and over time, they sort of just drifted out of the system, right? The problem was also that once they got out of the classroom, they had no opportunities to sort of catch up, right? Teachers had very little time handling large classrooms and so forth. Very often these children are coming from first generation learning families, so there's not a lot of help at home. They don't have access to books in a lot of cases and so forth. So our primary thesis, to bring children up to grade level, is that we want to provide opportunities for practice, right? So we believe that if every child gets an opportunity for deliberate, personalized practice and abundant practice, then they're going to get up to that level, right? So that's really what the AXL program aims to provide. AXL consists of 3 modules. One is a literacy module where we are trying to get children to read at grade level. The second is a math module, which is where we get children to do math, which is basically the 4 number operations. And finally, there is a module for teachers to help children in this journey, right? The way it works is that a child goes into a government or the school lab, the computer lab, and gets something in the reading program, gets sort of reading practice. Based on the level of reading the child is at, the program adjusts and gives them higher skills to sort of practice. And they kind of proceed in a graded manner towards greater reading fluency, right? A similar thing happens with the math program. The program is based on 3 pillars. The first pillar is that we believe that there are a lot of advances in science that should inform what makes practice reading or practice math more efficient. And to that end, we have a partnership with the Indian Institute of Science in Bangalore, with the neuroscience team there, so that all our reading tasks are informed by neuroscience. So that's one. The second pillar is abundant and personalized practice. And that's why the AXL program is sort of powered by AI. What that enables us to do is use currently available models of automatic speech recognition, etc., which are developed at AI for Bharat in the Indian Institute of Technology at Chennai. We use those to create personalized learning pathways for every child. Because not all children are alike. I may have specific phonetic issues with some syllables. It may be different for somebody else. So to make this learning journey most efficient, we want to utilize personalized learning pathways, right? And the third very important pillar is the rootedness of the AXL program within the school system, the rootedness within a particular protocol. We believe that learning has to happen in a very structured format that is best done within school, best aligned with teachers. So teachers are a very important part of this whole program. We ask that state systems provide adequate practice time within the school environment for kids so that they can get better. Finally, a quick word on the teacher component of this program, which is called AXL Companion. We recognize that teachers have a lot on their plates. We don't want to burden teachers with extra things to do as part of the program. What the Teacher Companion does is provide insights and actions to teachers for specific students based on this program. So one of the fundamental things with the program is for children to attend regularly, right? Obviously, the longer you spend, the faster you improve. So this teacher assistant tells a teacher that so-and-so child has not attended for the last 3 days, so maybe you need to give them a gentle nudge to see why they aren't coming to class and so forth. So it provides insights like that, as well as sort of learning level insights, so that a teacher can quickly and gently nudge a child towards more practice. So that is what the AXL program is about, and we are currently in a part of the sort of foundational literacy numeracy programs in several states. We've been in Telangana for a couple of years. We are in Karnataka as part of the Kalika Deepa program of the government of Karnataka. We've been part of the Murigal program of the government of Tamil Nadu. And we're talking to a bunch of other states to sort of take this forward. We've seen some, early results, internal results give us great hope and sort of encouragement. We're seeing good improvement with children who've been on the program for a sustained amount of time. So we are excited about making improvements, putting it out to a wider set of children so that more people can get benefited from the program. So that's really about the AXL program. We'd be really happy and honored to offer it to the government of Sikkim, become part of your larger vision. Again, thanks very much for giving us this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Pratha ma'am, for your insightful address. We would now, with due permission from So, as directed by Honorable CM Sir, we are now breaking for lunch and we'll be back by 3 o'clock sharp. Thank you. Only 1 hour you get for lunch.